Hello, everyone. My name is Charles, and welcome to TEE TV. With me today are my two illustrious co-hosts. Probably not the best choice of words.
I like it.
Damian and Damian and Stone. Say hello, fellows.
Hello,
How you doing,
fellas.
folks? How you doing? These morning biscuits are back. Yes, and it counts.
Oh boy. All right, but today we're going to be discussing Fringe season 4, and we are also going to be discussing, oh boy, Halloween Kills, which I believe was released in 2021, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
I
yes.
think so. Yeah.
Though I think that the title is incomplete. I think the full
Here
title.
we go. Yeah, I got it. Perfect title name. The full title of this movie is Halloween Kills the Franchise.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I was
Yeah.
gonna. That was pretty good. I was gonna say Halloween Kills itself, but okay.
Yeah.
I just okay.
Yeah. Halloween Kills the Franchise. That's perfect. All right, yeah. But you know what? I have some things to say about Halloween, so I think we should just jump right into that.
Yikes.
So yeah, just rip the band-aid
Peace.
off. Just pull it right off. But before we get started, to everyone watching out there in the internet worlds, I am not going to be on camera during this entire discussion because I want to show my audio avatar because this is the only Mike Myers that matters. Michael Myers can go away and piss off to the ether. Mike Myers from Austin Powers is the only Mike Myers that matters.
So in honor, Mrs. Will you make me tea? Make love to me. Put on the telly. Charles?
Oh, I mean, I don't know what you're doing.
To the BBC. To
Serenade
the
Saturday.
BBC. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Look, look, it's been
BBC
a
One.
yeah, I
BBC
know.
Two.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen Austin Powers. I need to see it again, and we should add that to the watch list.
Maybe. BBC
Yeah.
Three. BBC Four. BBC Five. BBC Six. BBC Seven. Charles? Damien?
Yeah. No, I don't know.
BBC Heaven. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
I really don't know what you're doing.
I'm singing the last song from Ming T. It was his band as that was his band's name as Austin Powers. They were called Ming T, and the song was called BBC.
I don't remember that at
I
all.
don't remember. I don't remember that at all. It's just I really don't. It's been years since I've seen Austin Powers.
Those were the lyrics.
Yeah, I'd say at least a decade.
That was the name of the
Yeah.
song, and those were the lyrics right there. Mrs. Will ya make me tea? That's that was yeah okay, but I was just trying to honor Mike Myers there with a little song.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. But no, just Halloween Kills, guys. Halloween Kills. Such a terrible fucking movie. Oh my god.
Yeah, this was not a good one.
No, it was not. Oh my god.
It had a couple moments, but I
Okay,
quite literally mean a couple.
there was one moment that I think Damien's going to appreciate here. At the beginning of the movie, there was a flashback that Sheriff Hawkins was reminiscing on, and they were chasing after Michael Myers back in the 70s, and young Hawkins was chasing after Michael Myers down an alleyway, shot after him, and then he met up with his other sheriff buddies, and one of his other sheriffs, I think it might have been Sheriff Brackett, a young Sheriff Brackett, said like, "Oh, Loomis said he shot him a bunch of times in the chest," and then I was like, "How many times?"
It's like, come on. It was 6 times. How do you not remember? He said it like 12 times.
The exalted one rises again.
I literally jumped up from my chair when Sheriff Brackett said that, and I just said to my TV, "I'm sorry, how many times?"
Like Charles Manson, like there's like a little Charles Manson there, aren't you? Talking to the TV and everything. You just know you're controlling this, don't you, Charles? You and that damn ooze. You and that ooze. You know what's going on out there, don't you, pal? Got it all figured out.
So now watching movies. He's got a bucket of popcorn, bucket of pebbles. One for me, one for you. I love you, buddy.
Pretty sure he's moved on from Pebbles by now, Dame. Pretty sure he's moved on from Pebbles by now.
So what's he using now?
Oh, he's eating world leaders now.
Oh yeah.
You know how that goes. Hey, what the hell?
Yeah.
We have
What?
Hold up, this fucking guy here
What?
have no fucking class. Look, I'm always appreciative
man.
of a good John Woo movie, but John Woo has no place in horror. I mean, unless we're talking about a zombie ninja fighter or some shit like that. But that's not what we're thinking. That's not what we were looking at here. That's not what we were thinking that we were seeing. Michael Myers is no zombie ninja fighter. Okay,
Is he
I'd
saying
watch a
we
John
have-
Woo zombie ninja fighter movie.
Is
That
he
could be pretty
saying
great.
we have no class because we're saying that Halloween Kills is a shit movie?
I think so. I think
Yeah.
so. Please, I just don't understand it. It went from a moment where it could have been a little bit more powerful, but they just really just kind of pissed on it with that whole John Woo shit. That was one of the bigger dumb moments for me, and then everything else. I mean, honestly, it just like once again they're playing us and they're playing back to certain shit. It's like haha. To me, it's like haha. You thought he was burnt to a crisp again, and he wasn't.
Well, yeah.
man.
Thank you, Danny McBride. I guess there is a part of you in this movie, isn't there?
Also, the whole scene where Michael Myers came out of the burning house and just like killed all those firefighters. That I don't know. It's just that entire scene. I didn't like the scene. I didn't. It just seemed a little weird to me.
It's just because it starts weird because like once again, oh, you thought Michael Myers was burned to a crisp. Oh no, not really. Even though that thing was blazed up like it was, no.
Yeah, I'm
he was
surprised.
still,
I'm surprised he came out of that house unscathed for how long he was in there.
yeah, but that's
Yeah, I don't think the suit was even burned at all. It was just the mask.
Yeah, the only burn he had was that burn that was on the side of his mask. That was it. That's all.
Because
he
you got to
had.
think, like, given where that house is, it's a bit of a ways out of town. So by the time
Yeah,
they
and how
got
did,
there,
how did the firefighters get there so fast? How?
like, who's around to report that?
yeah, I mean, shit, you would have to thinking about that gate, thinking about that security fence that you have to get past to even get in there.
You
Well,
gotta pay
I
the
mean, they
troll
could've-
toll to get fucking through the gate.
They could have just like drove through it. They could have just ignored it and drove through it. A fire truck would be able to go plow through that gate, no problem.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And it was probably still open, but it's not the point. That thing would have been burning for. You figure it had to have been at least 20 minutes.
Yeah, probably.
At least.
My issue with that whole scene is how did the firefighters respond so quickly? That is my issue.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know.
Never-
I think that's one of those things you're supposed to just ignore. Like, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't it?
or maybe say don't never under power of a nosy neighbor, no matter what the distance. I don't know. Who else can call it in a town like that?
Well, I mean, I don't know. There's too many variables. There's way too many variables. I mean,
Always are in horror movies. That's the one thing we got to always keep in mind. There's always going to be variables in horror movies. very much so. But
Yeah.
and I think the even worse part is that there strangely are a good amount of constants too. That's the weirdest part about it. There are things that are just become constant part of horror movies as a part of their, you know, to the point where people are now starting to make fun of it. There were rules. People starting to discuss the rules, and people make fun of shit. Like it was made fun of in Cabin in the Woods and things like that. It was just like all the dumb mistakes that people can make in a movie. Yes,
It
go.
wasn't Cabin in the Woods like fucking satire, where they were just making fun of all the horror movie tropes.
Well, yes and no. Yes and no. They were in a way, but it was still about, a for that movie a real situation that was happening. Old gods needing to be appeased at the end of the at the end of the day. So, but but still they were
That was a
making
good
fun of
movie.
it.
I saw that for
Sup-
the first time not too long ago.
Surprisingly, because people tried to give it shit. I have to admit, people tried to give that movie shit, but yeah, it was. That's why you got to take. That's why you got to either say I'm going to watch it or I'm not going to watch it, and just do it. So, but yeah, that's pretty much what it was. They kind of had every mistake that people can make in a horror movie. For going to a place, even though some creepy old guy has kind of warned you in many different ways to turn back. Then let's see what we can do. Let's put a bunch of old creepy artifacts down there and see which one of them they fuck with. Let's put a book down with with a bunch of weird ass words and see if they say them. Let's what I'm saying? It's just like let's open that door that no one is that people have worked hard to keep closed for like 50, 60 years. Let's do that. And it's just like let's put all these scenarios down and see which one they gravitate to.
And put money on it.
Well, yeah, I guess you were putting money on that because I mean, putting money
They
on
did.
that is
They had the big like office betting pool in the behind the scenes thing.
I thought it was more about the mom, but I guess either way, if you're betting on which monster they'll pick, it's more about which mistake they'll make. So either way, it kind of all
I
ties
can't
in. So
remember what though. I think they were betting on who would be the last survivor, but
I
can't
thought
remember.
I thought they were betting on which monster they would end up. You know what I'm saying? Which,
Actually, yeah, I think it was actually though betting on the scenarios. Yeah, I think you're right.
but yeah, I just like it was about like, and I think old boy wanted the merman. He wanted so bad for somebody to get the merman.
Yeah, he's like, no one ever picks it. This year's my year.
It's
Nope.
you're not really so entrenched in water. See, it's got to be more of a water situation. You know what I'm saying? In order to blow that, who's gonna like if you're at sea on a boat and you find or you're out there by the beach and you find a conch, you might blow it. You might try to listen to it. You might even try to blow into it if you heard that you can blow on a conch. It actually makes it sound like a horn. You might do it, but if you're in a cabin, I don't know if you're gonna blow the conch. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you're gonna fucking do it.
Look what you did, Star.
What the hell?
You made Jim quit again.
What the hell? One of the greatest movies for Weeden. What? Cabin in the Woods? Or Halloween Kills? Is he still on Halloween Kills?
Okay,
Like what?
Cabin,
Spoiling
Cabin in the Woods.
Halloween Kills. I've already seen the movie, dude. And when it comes to Cabin in the Woods, I mean, I've already spoiled the movie for myself. I saw movie clips of the movie on YouTube like years ago, so I already know pretty much everything about the movie already.
Oh my god. I don't know what he's talking about here. He's just coming
Cover
in
your
saying
Precious
precious
things.
little.
little ears. Oh my god. Dude, I've already spoiled it for myself. I've already there's a YouTube channel called Movie Clips that is owned by Fandango, and I watched they have like a playlist that has like clips of all the pivotal moments of the entire movie on YouTube, and I watched that playlist like I don't know 2 maybe 3 years ago on YouTube. Yeah, I watched that entire playlist like already. so I know all the pivotal moments of the movie already. I've
I
seen
would
it
still
all.
recommend watching it as a whole, though. It was
Yeah,
a
yeah.
great movie,
Oh
even
yeah.
if you do know.
From what I saw of the movie, I enjoyed it, and I will probably watch the movie in its entirety eventually if I can find it on streaming.
Oh, and
I want to say it's on Prime, but I'm not
see, I
certain.
like.
To be honest, from what I saw of Cabin in the Woods, one of my favorite scenes in the movie is that guy that works in that government facility who is obsessed with people getting killed by the merman. And then when like the entire government facility gets overtaken by all the monsters and he ends up getting injured, he looks to the side and then he sees something coming towards him. He sees it's a merman and he's like, "Oh, come on!" And then the mer and then the
Really?
mer and then the merman just
Oh
starts
my
eating.
God! Spoilers.
Oh, come on, man. Yeah, and then of course, yeah, and then you know what happens and I'm like, "Oh, he finally got his wish."
Yeah.
You again, buddy. Oh no, he's out now. Jesus Christ.
Rude Stone, you again. Jeez, rude. Fine, I'll leave again.
This guy here.
Seriously,
I swear.
Weeden, why do you do this to yourself? Why do you? I understand, like, watching a playlist for Always Sunny. You see, guys, Weeden knows a lot about Always and Sunny's probably never seen a fucking episode, unless that's changed
Yeah.
since our last
I
talk.
was
Oh
talking to him
no,
I think
no.
last week.
I did try to watch the show from start to finish, but I probably only made it to about 8 episodes into the first season before
That's because it's
I
the first season. The first season is a totally different show. Some prefer it.
But
But-
it's just I
mean-
I made it all the way to the episode where I think Charlie and Dee were working in some kind of like sweatshop scenario, I think. And then I was like, you know what? I have to quit. And then I also
sounds
ended
like
up,
You were too offended. It was too much. The sweatshop stuff.
but I also ended up watching the Christmas special that they did, where
What?
Charlie bit Santa Claus's neck. I did watch that. I did watch.
You
that.
fuck my mom?
Can I just say that it's really funny on that specific episode in the past? It used to be you beeping retard, and then now it's you fucking beep. It's really, really fucking funny the way the censorship has twisted, like on that in the world. You know, when that show came out, you could say the R word, but you can't say the F word. Now you could say the F word on TV, but not the R word. It's hilarious.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's-
but no, it's just no. I now all my entire intake of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is entirely no context clips on YouTube. That's all it is now.
Well, listen, your guys' ignorance has lured me in here. Your absolute ignorance on well, Charles Weeden. You just have to watch Cabin in the Woods. My point with that is when you watch your Sunny clips, I get it. But a movie like Cabin in the Woods, when you see one clip and it's like, ooh, this is good, stop fucking watching, man. You're ruining some fantastic film for you. Just give the movie a shot instead of seeing all the good stuff. Because then,
Well, I mean,
like that
I
merman
don't-
clip you liked, it would have hit harder amidst the movie itself.
Well, I mean, I was like sad when I found out that one of my favorite actresses in that movie got killed by a giant octopus monster.
Yeah, well, you could have been even sadder.
Well, I mean, it's just I'm talking about one of the scientist ladies at the government facility. She was played by Amy Acker, who is holy crap.
Adorable.
She is so cute. Oh man, I love that woman.
Charles,
Yeah.
boy.
How many
Yeah.
times have you masturbated
Mazel
to
tov.
her?
His balls have dropped, sir.
No,
God bless.
I've never done that, but no, she is incredible.
You have too much respect for her to do that?
Yes, but no, she's incredibly cute. She is. She's incredibly cute. I've actually found her to be very, very attractive ever since I first saw her on the show Angel.
Ooh,
Yeah, she was on Angel all those years ago.
look at him tracking. I'm trying to
Yeah.
tell you.
She had a
Yeah,
boy's name. She was Fred.
Yep, yeah, she was.
See, look, Dominic Sin has partially redeemed himself from the last Alpha Pod rants. I mean, he made me quit that show. I almost never came back to the whole network. The Morning Alarm has been dead because of Dominic Sin and what he said the other day. But anyway,
Was to him and Kish?
what'd you say?
Him and Kish killed the Morning Alarm.
No, what did Kish do? Oh, Kish, something with Jake Hudson, right? No, Jake Hudson destroyed the Morning Alarm. He took us, dude. These guys are running around. They're running around saying, Joey C is saying that he made me cry and destroyed us, and they took down the Morning Alarm. Like that they're claiming some victory against us. How they fucking, it's really fun, man. These guys are actually really fun. They're like so fucking stupid. But anyway, Charles, Cabin in the Woods is a must. Even now, you know what's there. It might not be as good because here's the thing: you're gonna watch that movie now, knowing everything, and you're just gonna see the movie.
What's everything
that
what's
fucking
everything
movie
that you know?
hit you from the side when you watched it blind? What'd you say,
know
there, Stone?
you know all the way to the end.
Yes, I know all the way to the end.
That ending fucking chills you to the goddamn core when you don't know it's coming. You're just like, God damn. Like they hit you. They hit home. There's not a miss in that entire movie. It's one of the greatest movies ever made.
Yeah, I know right up until the final scene just before the credits roll. I know everything up to that moment.
You stupid piece of shit.
Yep. I know, spoiler alert, I know everything. Well, I'm not going to say it because there could be people in the audience that don't know. But
Really? You think there could be people in the audience who have not seen Cabin in the Woods?
And Stone already said the ending earlier.
Oh,
I
okay.
did.
You did.
I know about the giant hand that breaks out of the earth and slams down on the camera, and then.
Now he just said the end.
He completed the second half of what you said earlier.
I spoke on the Merman.
Charles Weeden, you complete him.
Huh? What else did I say?
If anyone hasn't seen it, spoilers, but you mentioned about the old guards.
God damn it!
Yes, you did, sir. You did. That's why I was screaming, "Cover your precious little ears, Charles."
You just said that he spoiled the ending already, which is what led me to think, oh, I'm in the clear, I can say it.
Exactly. We've said you're safe. It's all Stone's fault. He's the jerk.
God damn it! So now I'm the jerk.
Because I just said old gods. Okay.
Dominic Sin is the jerk.
God damn it! Ah.
Charles, relax. Dominic is the jerk.
That's amazing. All I said was old guys. I mean, that still that
need to
still
be
doesn't. That still leaves a
Pretty
little
much said
suspense in
everything
that.
you could say. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, I also, I mean, I don't know. I mean, one of my favorite moments in Cabin in the Woods of the clips that I've seen is the scene where the SWAT team is in the elevator room and then the ding happens and everything opens and then one of the SWAT members says, "Oh shit," and then everything just comes out of the elevator and kills everybody. I freaking love that.
Nope. My favorite part was the little one-armed girl that was just moving through all the chaos because it was like, I don't know, she was gonna get somebody and it was just like, where the fuck is she going though? That was my old.
I know who that actress is. That's Jodelle Furland.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Guys, we got an update. We need to correct Dominic Sin. You guys aren't jerks. Dominic Sin's not the jerk in the situation. The truth is, Steve Martin is the jerk.
Wait.
I mean, in the 70s, it hasn't changed since then.
I mean, well, yeah, Steve Martin is the original jerk. He was in a movie literally called The Jerk.
A fantastic film, by the way.
Which I have never seen.
Fantastic. That's the one where he grows up, he thinks he's black, right? Like that's the jerk, or is that the other one? There's another movie where he grows up with a black family. He thinks he's black. Like I guess he's never seen himself. And, like he's so confused that he's not black in the beginning of the movie.
That's it. Yeah. That's it.
So he's
that's
never.
The one.
He's
That's
never
the one.
walked
That's
into
fucking
a
so funny.
bathroom. He's never looked into a reflective surface. I mean,
Dude, let's do it. Come on. TEE TV the jerk. Put it on the list.
Oh my god.
Let's just see if it holds up. Let's see if there's anything offensive in it.
Yeah.
Let's see what's up. I mean, Martin's back on the rise again with whatchamacallit, Only Murders in the Building.
No, he checks out. You know that whole
Started
black
watching
scene.
that, actually.
The whole black scene checks out. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing that could. He does nothing wrong on that shit. Honestly, I think that's why eventually he got bring it down the house because he knows how to handle that situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So-
I don't remember there being anything weird because even when like you're younger in the '80s, we kind of notice these things that are like, "Ooh, that's a little odd that they're saying that. That seems a little borderline." But I don't feel like there was any of that in that.
They almost. I would say this. I would say Steve Martin served to make himself look extremely stupid while making his black family look. You know what I'm saying? Look very smart and very.
Well, that was the point.
Yeah, exactly. Very generous, and they're taking care of him, and they love him just the same. And it's like they're being very, very balanced and patient. It's
Oh
just,
no!
like,
Oh no! Was that what they were saying? Because again, consider the time. So were they? For instance, like when you watched Last Man on Earth, you might not realize that the subtext there is that he's a fucking loser who probably can't get laid. Now he's the last man on earth, so he's definitely gonna get laid. Finds a woman, and it's the ugliest woman possible. It's like these unsaid things that make a joke. Perhaps back then, with racist sensibilities being how they may have been, was the joke that he is so stupid that even these black people are smarter than him? It's a question
No.
here. I would have to see it to wonder.
nah.
Or the
No.
question, whatever.
No, because-
My
because-
favorite
no.
part of Cabin in the Woods, by the way, before you guys run away, because I wanted to say, was when they show all the other control centers in the end, like when everyone's freaking out, and they show all the different ones around the world. I love that because you're catching all these different lores, you know what I mean, like or different styles of horror based on country. Like where they show like the classroom. Remember the scene with the classroom? And the,
Yeah,
the fucking, like, the ring girl comes out in the class or something. That was awesome.
you see, I didn't see that part.
Oof. Well, again, it don't matter. It don't matter because you will never see Cabin in the Woods properly. You'll see the movie, but you'll just never experience it the way it should be. You are disrespecting artists. We've had this argument before, Charles, where
Yes,
I tell
we have.
you. You're short selling yourself and you're disrespecting the artist by doing that because you have to consume it as it was intended to be consumed to get the full effect.
Yes, I am such a bad boy.
He's a bad boy. We're gonna have to get Becky a plane ticket to go give you a spanking.
Oh God, please no.
Fine, we'll send Dominic a plane ticket.
He can come spank you.
That's even worse.
Hey Charles, I'm gonna send you a case of mead soon, by the way, for a show.
What? Why?
Because we've been talking about it for like 10 years is why. Because for 10 years I keep saying I'm gonna send Charles Weeden mead so we can see him get drunk on the internet.
Oh my God. I mean, no. I mean, why? Why is this like a fantasy of yours that you want to see me get drunk?
I want to see all the different phases of Weeden. I don't want to see your O face, but I do want to see your
no one
I'm a
wants
little
to see-
drunk face.
No one wants to see that.
Look, real quick, Charles. You were speaking real quick while we were still on Cabin in the Woods, sort of on Jodelle Ferland. Do you have the finish to that fun fact about her being in this movie?
No, it's just I know who she is, and I've seen her in a bunch of stuff. The first time I ever saw her on screen was in the first Silent Hill movie, and then I saw her in a bunch of stuff. Most recently, I saw her in an episode of Supernatural. She was in an episode of that show where she played a witch, and she was she was being treated unfairly by her witch sisters, and Sam and Dean Winchester, the two main characters of the show, kind of negotiated sort of like a quote unquote ceasefire with her, and she temporarily sided with them and helped them defeat her sisters. And then when her sisters were defeated, she kind of left and disappeared and did her own thing. And
Was
that
that a
was the
later
whole.
episode?
Yeah, it was in one of the more recent one of the more recent seasons. I think it actually
Okay.
might have been either in season 15 or season 14 is when it happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
What show are you guys talking about?
Supernatural, and
Ah,
she was also a main character in the short-lived science TV show called Dark Matter. She was in that too.
Dark Matter.
Yeah, Dark Matter. It was a science fiction show on Sci-Fi.
Quick interjection. I did happen to. Becky sent me a picture from Charles and her have had some webcam sessions, and
Oh no,
we do have his O face.
No.
Uh-oh.
There's Charles Weedon's O face.
Yeah, seems about right. Charles.
Sorry, I couldn't get it off. No pun intended there.
Yeah, but no, it's just. I mean, that's pretty much all that I've ever seen Jodelle Furland in. I mean, I don't really follow her
Case-
career all that much, but I have seen her in a bunch of stuff.
Case
She was
39.
What?
Case 39.
Didn't see her in that. I never saw it. But she was also in an episode of Stargate Atlantis as well. And her episode of Stargate Atlantis is actually one of my favorite episodes of Stargate Atlantis because it's a comedy episode, and it was hilarious. It was a funny as hell episode. Yeah, the episode ends in a way to where I still laugh about it even today.
Stargate. Wow. Okay.
What? Yeah, I love Stargate. Okay, that shit is funny.
Stop being so dismissive, Stone. That's just
Yeah.
rude.
Yeah, it's rude.
SG-1 was my shit when I was a kid.
Yeah, SG-1 and Atlantis were both great shows.
I'm just saying I'm not shitting on the show. It's just weird. Like she was on that show.
Yes.
How old was she?
I don't know specifically, but maybe about 12, maybe 13. She was a kid in the episode. She was a kid.
Of course, but that was before or around the time that Silent Hill came out.
Yes, around that. Yeah, maybe a little
Silent Hill was
bit
what?
after. Maybe a little bit after.
I want to say Silent Hill was 2005?
Wow, really?
Yeah, but it was a little bit after the episode of Stargate
Time.
Atlantis that she was in. She played a princess that was going to become the queen of a planet, and the main characters of the show that were named Dr. McKay and Colonel Shepard had to protect her from these people that wanted to kill her, and as they were trying to escort her to this like location where she had to do this ritual that had to like prove that she was worthy to become queen, there were these assassins that kept trying to kill her, and through this whole journey they were holding off these assassins, and as they eventually got there and protected her, they succeeded in protecting her. She did the ritual. She was able to prove that she was worthy, that she could become queen. And then at the end of the episode, she decided to commemorate Dr. McKay's bravery by erecting this painting, having this painting created to showcase his bravery. And this painting showed McKay holding up a gun and him screaming at the bad guys and him firing the gun, and then Colonel Shepard just like cowering in the background, just going like, "Oh no, please don't kill me." And it was supposed to be funny. This whole thing was supposed to be funny, and McKay was going like, "Huh, yeah, that sounds about accurate." And just like this whole thing was just really, really funny. You'd have to see the episode to understand it.
You just have to be there, I guess, huh?
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah. But no, it was great. I definitely recommend checking out both SG1 and Atlantis. I recommend both shows.
I'll never ever look at it.
I mean,
Of course
SG
you
one.
won't.
No, you convinced. You almost sold me with that Richard Dean Anderson mustard plate.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's
No,
right. That's right.
It's from the episode Window of Opportunity. The time loop episode.
Yeah, Damian. Duh.
If it's not in the last 2 seasons, I've definitely seen it, but it's been many years.
He says, if we're not going to get out of this loop soon, I'm going to lose it. And then Teal looks confused. And then O'Neill says, lose it. It means go crazy, bonzo, insane, no longer in possession of one's faculties, 3 fries short of a Happy Meal. And then he says something else. And then, oh yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Do you remember that?
No, but
I saw
did.
this and I was like, maybe there is something to Whedon's love for this show.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, I don't know how you could not remember that. I mean, that's like one of the most iconic stills of the entire fucking show.
Shockingly, there's not a GIF fucking for. Oh
no, there is. You can
Yeah,
find it
I
on
know. I
your
found it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's too large. God damn it. That's what she said.
Oh,
Oh, it's
man.
so big.
I'll have to find a smaller one. That's what she said.
And my cat is looking at me like I'm a fucking crazy person.
It's like, fuck you, cat. Look at the screen. Tell me it's not hilarious.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that, cat. Look at that.
Well, why is every GIF too big now? This is fucking ridiculous.
ridiculous? So what? That's a Harry.
I think
Potter
all right. I
now?
got a piece of it. This is not the whole. Like I guess the GIF was trying to show too much, but this is a small one. This one should work. That's
somebody
something
doesn't know
she
how to-
never ever said, ever.
Somebody doesn't know how to compress right.
There we go. How do you compress a GIF? Oh, like them, the GIF
Yeah,
makers.
the people who created the GIF.
I was like, if you know some secret way, let me know because we
I
could use
don't,
it.
but I mean, it's just like, but at least I'm willing to admit it.
Every GIF app I've ever gotten, it makes shit way too big. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah, and that
Commitment to it.
yeah, that flash at the end is when the time loop resets. Yeah.
Oh, spoiler! Thanks, great. Hey, are you guys still? Did you guys finish? Did I come in late? Well, I'm obvious.
Oh no, we've only been doing this for like 40 minutes.
But did you?
Yeah,
So you didn't finish talking about Halloween Kills?
Now we barely. We kind of got into it. Not much.
Yeah, we kind of got into it, but then we started talking about Cabin in the Woods.
So all that wrong stuff you guys were saying about Halloween Kills, that was all you said so far, right?
All that wrong stuff, my ass.
Well, I don't understand.
No. Let's just turn this back around then. So how in the fuck do you explain this motherfucker not being, you know what I'm saying, not looking like a bad impression of Freddy Krueger coming out of that goddamn house? You know,
Well,
and instead of what he looked like.
You
please.
just answered your question. They didn't want him to look like a bad fucking impression of Freddy Krueger. So,
But
there you go.
he's got to take some real fucking damage though.
Sure. Okay. I will agree with you. I don't think anybody wouldn't agree with you, but without that scene, there is no sequel. So
But that's
the level.
but you can't just lay that you can't keep laying that cop out on all horror movies because you know what I'm saying? because you're trying to create something that's supposed to be a departure.
How did Michael
So why-
Michael Myers got killed? I'll do it right now. Every single movie, Michael Myers dies in the end or dies close to the end, and then somehow is magically back alive. You even said it yourself. 6 shots. That's a reference to what we all said in the 1980s when we saw, the 70s even, but us when we saw it as kids in the 80s, or Damian in the 90s, you child, you said, no, not even in the 90s, because your sensibilities were different. Back then, when people first saw that movie, everyone was so shocked. He was shot, and he got up, and he's just there. And then that became a thing that ran in every single Halloween movie thereafter. So this is David Gordon Green and Danny McBride, because you guys keep throwing it all on Danny McBride, but he's second name, buddy. Although
he's a writer,
his first name in the script in the at least in the Exorcist trilogy, I meant to look back and see if his name is first in the writing team for the Halloween movies. But the two of them are now doing an Exorcist trilogy. Believer, Deceiver, and I think Redeemer is the third one. I'm not sure. But that he is first credit there. But anyway, when they wrote this scene, it is clearly an homage to every single other implausible death Michael Myers has ever gone through. So, bad choice, maybe. Better choice than their fucking shitty fucking Loomis successor doctor, whatever. And also better than that stupid ass scene in the mental asylum in the first movie. Figaro. That was the stupidest scene I ever saw in the fucking history of Earth. So there's my answer for that. But so let's go on. What's next?
Oh, I mean, no one's denying. No one's denying the shittiness and the weirdness of that scene and a lot of what was that first Halloween. I'm with you on that.
That scene almost killed the franchise, the trilogy for me. That Figaro scene. That was it was the most base impression of a mental asylum you could ever depict.
You want to know what killed the franchise? Halloween.
Scott Bakula!
This isn't Alpha Pod Rants.
Sorry. If you want to get that joke, tune in Sunday nights at 9 or 10 or something.
Yeah, no. Halloween killed the franchise.
Oh, shut up. Look, I agree. All right. The fire may not be the best. I'll have to rewatch the scene. Haven't seen it in forever. But what are your other issues with that movie? Because it's essentially the first movie, but tenfold. It's amped up in the violence. It's amped up in the
all right.
Whatever.
I'll let them take the lead, but I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting on the John Woo scene. You know what I'm saying? I'll definitely that's one of the culminations.
I want to know what you mean about that. I've been waiting for that, but go on.
Really? Okay, I'll be waiting on that, but I'll let them take the lead.
And I'll be waiting on your wait. So let's wait.
Okay.
I'm fairly sure I know what he means. I know what he means, but
waiting. We're all waiting. Just wait.
Nope, you guys are taking the lead and speaking on some of the details now.
Yeah. Now we're waiting. You're now holding us up. We're all waiting, and now you're making us wait.
Okay. All right. My issue. One of my issues with this movie is the fucking mob mentality. It's just I don't like it. It's just I did like. I did kind of like that. No. It's just I get what they were trying to do. I just didn't like how it was done. I don't know how they could have done it. I didn't like the execution of it. And when the whole thing started, it's like that doctor lady, the one in the sexy nurse or doctor Halloween costume, when she got out of the bar, she went into her car. Yeah, I know, rhyme and Titus and all that. Ha 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 ha. It's
fucking
just
poet. He didn't even know it.
Yeah. She went into her car and then she got into the driver's seat and then she turned around and saw the guy sleeping in the back seat. And the first thing she assumed is that it was Michael Myers. Without even skipping a beat, she assumed it was Michael Myers. She got out of her car, rushed into the bar, told everybody, "Oh, it's Michael Myers. He's in my car." And then everybody rushed after him. And I just like, I
Charles Weeden, have you not seen? Go ahead. You're in the middle still.
Yeah, it's just I looked at them and I was like, "Are you guys fucking stupid?" It's just like, no, that guy's probably just a drunk that was too drunk to realize he got in the wrong car.
Were you not here in 2019 when they tricked everybody about? Well, never mind. I can't. We probably still can't. But
It's I don't know. It's just I thought it's just like what was going
Sorry,
on.
I
was just-
unmuted myself. Did you not see the mob mentality's reaction to the 2020 boogeyman? I think that is a pretty fair assessment of how people react with ignorance in times of fear.
I don't know. It's just I thought that they were reacting very poorly, and then what was going on was just it got like jumping forward a little bit. It got the guy killed. It forced him to kill himself just so he could
I mean, that
escape.
was sad. That
It's just
poor fuck.
it just he felt that the only way to escape them ripping him apart was just so he felt he had to kill himself. And it's just like I was like, are
This
you guys fucking kidding me?
like this definitely shorter, much fatter guy. Oh, it's Michael Myers. Clearly, let's go get him.
I mean, hell, Karen was even trying to explain to them it's not him.
I mean, that I can see. Like once everybody's shouting and stuff, like that voice is just gonna get lost.
And she's a Karen. Nobody listens to Karens.
Well, I will admit she was definitely the voice of reason in this, but her name was very unfortunate.
But damn it! I had a thought and it's gone.
It just poof, it's gone.
Poof.
Well, then let me at least point out some good things, because so that way you guys can just shit on it, and I'll stop waiting. All right, or at least let me put out one good thing.
Yeah.
My favorite part of this movie is something I don't think anybody picked up on, and it's when Michael Myers, I think he grabs like one of those lights, what are the fluorescent lights, and does some.
You're talking about one of the first kills of the movie.
Describe it for me, because you saw it recently.
Yeah. Right after, like it's like this. Actually, no, it is one of the first kills, but it's not the first kill, because the first kill of the movie is when he kills the firefighters. But after the kills after that scene is when it's the scene with the old black woman and her husband. And the woman is flying a drone, which I thought was fucking awesome. I thought that was cool. That an elderly woman is messing with new technology, which I thought was cool. I was like, hell yeah, lady, have fun with that. And
God bless.
Way to transcend those age boundaries.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool that she was flying a drone. I really liked that. I thought that was cool. But then they hear a noise in the background. They go to investigate. Then the man sees Michael Myers. He screams for his wife to call the police. Michael Myers grabs him and pulls him through like a window through their door and like pulls his head back. A shard of glass goes through his neck, and he's like gargling, coughing up blood, that kind of thing. And the wife is like getting the phone, but Michael catches up to her, grabs a fluorescent light bulb, breaks a piece of it off, and then I don't remember if he. I know I remember now. He takes the fluorescent bulb and stabs it through her neck, which I'm like, fuck. I was like,
now
it was really sad. I did not like that kill scene, but not because it was bad. It was because it was sad.
Well,
it was a sad kill scene. It's just like I legitimately felt bad for those people.
Now here's something that's not, well, maybe sad. If you look at it from Michael Myers' perspective, though, you missed the part of when he stops and notices those fluorescent lights, and they kind of do what they do. They flicker a bit, and there's sort of this look in his head. And what I pulled from that, as somebody who has been in this position, think about Michael Myers lying in, where did he spend most of his life? In a fucking mental asylum.
Which they have fluorescent bulbs that tend to flicker.
Right. And he lays in his bed all fucking shot up with his fucking, the dopes that they're giving him, staring at that. And how many times do you think he has imagined? So this is like giving you like Michael Myers has that imagination just like us, and he's sitting there, lying there, whatever, in his bed, staring up at that fluorescent light for hours and hours, days and days. Who knows? Could have been doing it for years and years, just staring at those bulbs, thinking about taking it down and poking it into someone's fucking neck. And I feel they delivered all of that in his, without words or anything, without telling us, but I feel it's there in that scene. I got it. I pulled it.
That
he got a little creative with it too. That's the other thing. If you notice, he starts to have a little more fun. Like he's relishing in his freedom and ability to massacre, which then plays into the ending again. But you were going to say?
I have a counter to that. That is where we fall into an assumption. And there has been nothing in
the whole rest of the movie continue what you're saying, but I'm just going to say I don't think it's an assumption because the rest of the movie backs up that assumption. Movies say things without words. Go on.
But no, there's been nothing in the previous movie that implies that.
Yes, there is. He's been in an asylum.
Yeah, but there was no direct references to fluorescent bulbs. There needs to be.
If you've ever been in a hospital of any sort, know they're there.
But I understand that. But there was nothing that specifically focuses on a fluorescent bulb.
Listen, we don't need the rule of threes, okay? That's some pandering bullshit. It doesn't have to be shown, referenced, and then paid off. Not necessary. We can take risks in art, and we can assume that the world knows about the flickering lights, meaning the fluorescent light, meaning institutionalized and institutionalism, if anything. We know what that represents, I would think. And his lingering stare on it, if you as an audience member wonder in that moment, why is he so interested in this fluorescent bulb? What has caught Michael Myers' fucking empty mind? You think for 2 seconds and you're like, oh, well, he was just in a mental asylum. He spent his entire life in a mental asylum, probably really hates those flickering fluorescent bulbs. I think it's a very easy jump.
It didn't occur to me at the time, but now that you've said it, even just in movies, that's been a trope in pretty much any asylum movie.
But I would always...
There you go. You can just look at any other movie. Right.
That design,
And I will make the count.
I don't know. I think that fluorescent bulb was just a weapon of convenience.
Charles, you are probably right. Let me say that. What I'm saying and arguing here is probably an extrapolation, complete and total bullshit. But it's still it's got to be true. I don't think it's bullshit because the whole rest of the movie, again, look at his kills in part one. Look at his kills. They were primal. They were brutal. His kills with the firefighters even. But now once that bulb flickers, a light bulb clicks in his head. And for the rest of the movie, he becomes creative. And he even goes on a mental journey that is paid off in that ending scene. Because by the end of that movie, Michael Myers decides, holy fucking shit, I am invincible. He literally has that moment where he goes, oh my God, I'm Michael motherfucking Myers. And then he fucking flips the script.
Have we? So I guess
just
we've
like
gotten
Big
to
John's head.
So I guess we got to the John Woo scene. Have we?
I don't know. You tell me.
Not yet.
Okay. Oh, we haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah,
Oh, wow. He's doing.
I guess is the scene you're talking about like right at the end?
Well, yeah, where he takes on the vigilantes.
Yeah. So no, we haven't gotten to that yet.
Yeah, that's the John Woo scene, Jim.
I thought.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
When we get to the point where he takes on the vigilantes, that's the John Woo scene that I'm reckoning.
I really was listening, but I'm just choking my ass off on weed. I can't hear over it. I had my hearing tests at work. Had a wonderful first week, and I am officially a deaf person now. It's been made official.
Catcalling made you deaf?
Yeah. Shh. Yeah, okay, what Damian's referencing is and this woman's a dumb bitch, let me tell you. This one, mine. Pay attention, lady. I did this HR training and then had these sexual harassment classes that you do, and immediately went when
you go in depth, okay.
the man who was then training me for the other portion and giving me a tour of the facilities was sexually harassing every single woman, and all of the Asian and Latina women were sexually harassing me the entire, the whole rest of the day. The man punched a fat woman in her butt crack, guaranteed he hit her butthole and made her vagina jiggle. She loved it. And yeah, and this guy was like some creepy old guy. He's quite a charmer, but like he was just seducing all of these young girls, 30 years old, these young girls, and like the young Latina women and Asian women. And he's like pulling them on ropes. They're pulling him back. He's like waving his crotch. It was insane.
Hey, yeah, Jim. It's all about tolerance and respect around here for for the fairer sex. Hey, Ming Lee, yum yum, dim sum,
Exactly. Except Ming Ming dim sum, hey. He's one of them old guys.
Do you have a glass
like
of whiskey?
real loud.
The whole time?
Says what?
Did you have a glass of whiskey and a cigarette the whole time?
Nope, but he might as well have.
Look, hey, look, you know what? And here's the women's bathroom. Hey, come on, Sally. No one's buying what you're selling.
And punches another fat woman in the crack.
Yeah. How did we get there? How did we get to this diversion? Oh, wait, I was saying I had a wonderful first week. What was the point of that? Oh, I'm deaf. Haha. And dumb.
Yes.
I'm deaf and dumb. It's been officially proven. I'm not sure which ear they claim I'm deaf in, but they say I'm severely deaf in one ear and almost okay in another. But here's the best part. They say I have speech hearing. Like my speech hearing is pretty good, but what I can't hear are whiny bitches. Anything in the tone of whiny bitch, I don't hear.
The doctor told you this?
Correct. Well, higher pitched frequencies and noises. So, like women's voices, children's voices. Nope, don't hear them.
So, in other words...
Sounds like a superpower to me.
So, in other words, you sneeze every time you hear bullshit?
Yeah. No, in other words, my ears are all man, baby. It's just not gay. This dummy said it's gay. Oh. I was going to insult this woman. I forget why, though. I said you better... She's just, all I know is that she's an idiot. That's all I know. I can't remember the reason why. She goes rats me out on things, immediately. Oh, yeah, the horny women and their sexual harassment. I come home and tell her, and I'm like, yo, these women down there are all fucking horny. What? Really? Yeah, I'm gonna have a laugh about... No, you're not, you dumb bitch. It's gonna be weird for me. Keep your mouth shut. What's she do? She immediately runs to her supervisor and goes, so I heard all these women over on this other part are all horny. That's what I was told. That makes her supervisor uncomfortable. It creates an awkward situation and essentially just rats me out.
You in the background, what the fuck are you doing?
Then I find out about all the secret weed people and all the secret weed spots, and I tell her, of course, and she's like, "What? That person smokes the pot? I'm gonna tell him and laugh at him." No, you're not, you stupid! Shut your fucking mouth!
Look, real quick, guys, can you imagine Jim's harassment over there? Can you imagine Ming Lee? Ooh, Chaka Black. Ooh, Chuck Black.
Oh, let me touch that shrimp roll. See, it's okay that I made an Asian stereotype because I also called it a shrimp roll.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm sorry, pal. I'm going for the...
Fine, would spring roll been better?
I'm going for the thick tuna roll, pal, okay? You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
You're getting a tuna roll. You're getting a tuna roll with these women.
It's all mushy and nondescript.
I've got reports of what it's like in the women's facilities. That's all I got to say. Smells like I'm not
Spirit?
gonna say. Yeah, no. Smells like I don't want to say. Just gonna let it linger, like the smell of their cunts. So, more reasons why you hate Halloween Kills, please.
Okay. Well, please guys go on because
Okay, so another thing that I don't like about it, I know there was something else. There was something else, wasn't there? Oh, okay. I'm jumping forward here, but what the fuck was going on at the end of the movie after Karen was reunited with Allison, and then all of a sudden Karen just wanders into Michael's bedroom, and then Michael just magically teleports behind her and just starts stabbing her.
Rewrite, last minute change to the script. It was done after the whole movie was done. They literally changed the entire ending. Original ending probably would have been better.
Wait, is that a fact or are you just guessing?
No, that's a fact.
Okay.
Yeah,
There is an alternate ending that's included in one of the releases, but that's not the original ending. They literally changed the entire because they decided to go somewhere else with part 3, so they changed everything last minute.
ooh.
yeah, but that does not forgive the shitty ending.
No, I think it's so poor. It's piss poor.
Yeah,
It was abrupt and shitty.
Yeah, but no, it's just, I mean, Karen's death just came out of nowhere, and it felt out of place, and it just...
Should have happened in the first one.
Well, I mean, fine, I mean...
You can't kill Toby Huss and Judy Greer in the same movie.
Maybe, but I'm saying
Poor
she
Toby
just
Huss. It should have been her.
Yeah, and of course we're going, and I guess they killed her off because they wanted Allison to be raised by her grandmother or something in the third movie, I guess.
I figure that's where they're going with it, yeah.
Yeah, and I also know certain footnotes about what's going on in the third movie. I know about a certain somebody who is going to be teaming up with Michael Myers because I found out about it.
Kenny Powers?
No, it's a certain kid who apparently teams up with Michael Myers or something, follows him around while he does kills. I don't know much more than that, but
Just the description sounds shitty.
Yeah, but no, it's just I found out when the movie first came out, I hadn't seen it yet, but I had found out that from Reddit that people were pissed that there was this kid that was like a fanboy of Michael Myers and was following him around like a lovesick puppy. And
Now that sounds even worse.
yeah, and apparently Michael Myers wasn't killing him. Like he was like, apparently Michael Myers takes him under his wing or something.
He
So,
teaches
yeah.
Michael how to use smartphones, and it's a nice symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, but that's all I know about it. That's all I know.
so they wait this so they said they wait this long to do Terminator 2.
I guess I don't know. That's all I know. But that I learned all this from Reddit. I did not watch
Halloween ends Judgment Day.
Yeah. Like instead of the whole traditional theme of Halloween, it's dun 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 dun.
Come with me if you want to kill.
Yeah, exactly.
I need your mechanic's jumpsuit, your kitchen knife, and your suspension of disbelief. Or of belief, whatever the thing is.
It's suspension of disbelief because you're gonna need that in order to like this movie.
Oh my god.
Should be fun.
See, because that's the thing about it. Who gives a shit about David Gordon Green at the end of the day? See, Danny McBride is the guy in front of the camera a lot of the times, and he's back here
Where have
writing
I
this.
heard that name before? Look, I saw that in the credits of this movie, David Gordon Green. Where have I heard that before?
And if you've ever seen The Righteous Gemstones, he directs most episodes of that show. I think he
Oh,
might
that
be a writer on that
explains
too.
so much. Okay, the Righteous
I think he's been
Gemstones,
involved with the previous stuff
Tire
too.
Fire. David Gordon Green. I swear to God. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I have heard him before, but apparently he's like a really good friend of Danny McBride.
Hey, he does good work. Just, you know.
Yeah, and so Danny McBride is.
Did you just ask who is David Gordon Green?
Yes.
You stupid son of a bitch.
What?
Go on. Damian, why? Oh, he does good work. Good work. Have you not seen Vice
Okay.
Principals?
Oh,
No.
God.
It was him with that. Okay, I wasn't sure if he was, because it used to be. Didn't Jody Hill used to be like the Danny McBride director, or was that just his writing partner?
Wait.
I forget because
Oh my God.
Different.
No.
What's he doing? They're crying. What's happening?
God damn it. Fuck.
Has he realized his folly?
No. So this is the Danny McBride that did it. Son of a bitch.
Kenny Powers. What Danny McBride did you think?
who's the other one?
Danny McBride, as in the, I say with air quotes, comedic Danny McBride.
Yeah.
Eastbound.
What do you mean
and
with
Down.
air quotes?
Kenny Powers.
Yeah.
God damn it!
One of the funniest people in modern times.
I have not been a fan of this Danny McBride. I
Who?
just don't.
What Danny McBride did you think it was?
I thought it was another Danny McBride that I've probably never seen before. Who
Got ya.
always exclusively worked behind the scenes. God
Got ya.
damn.
Oh, and fun fact for you, Charles. It was right. You've already spoke on that, but I will say
What?
that yes, Eastbound and Down. Let's see, Your Highness, if you ever saw that, Pineapple
Yeah, I
Express.
saw it, and that's one of the main reasons why I don't like Danny McBride.
Your
If you don't-
Highness was a
Your
great
Highness-
movie.
Your
Yeah,
Highness
but it-
was a shit movie.
No, it was fun.
Oh my God!
Compared to
I
certain
hate-
other things, it sucks. But
I'm
like,
sorry.
yeah, Eastbound and Down is one of the greatest comedies ever made.
I'm sorry. I guess you guys just never got stoned with a bunch of weirdos and talked about fucking goddamn dragons and shit. Because that movie was literally, it was a typical stoner conversation about fantasy made into a movie. It was
Yeah.
it was a fun movie. Was it good? I don't know. It was a fun film.
It was fun, yeah.
Your
But
For its worth.
Your
Eastbound and
Highness-
Down, that's
Your
like
Highness
to me one of the
is
greatest
a
things ever.
shit movie. I saw that movie once. I would never watch that movie again. I wouldn't even wipe my ass with the screenplay.
Okay, what about The Sitter?
I never saw it.
You never saw The Sitter with Jonah Hill? Okay.
No.
I never saw that either.
Yeah. I have seen Pineapple Express. Didn't care for it.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
That's like a classic right there. I mean,
I couldn't get into it. I thought Pineapple Express.
It launched a fucking entire industry in film, like the 1,000,001 copycats and the type of. It created its own genre in a way.
I thought
In
Pineapple
a way.
Express was boring. I thought it was boring.
No, it didn't create a genre. It just like literally everybody in that movie, in that whole little world, it built careers for them. You don't even like This Is the End?
All right, look, I like This Is the End, but Danny McBride is actually one of my.
There'd be
least
no
favorite
This
parts.
Is the End without Pineapple Express. Danny McBride's in it 2 seconds, and he gives you Channing Tatum. Come on, Charles Weeden! Channing Tatum!
And Tropic, did you ever see Tropic Thunder?
Yes.
Great movie. He was great in that. Come
I
on.
wasn't even in that much.
He was in it enough.
Come on.
He left
But
a
I've only-
goddamn impression.
The best part of Tropic Thunder wasn't even Danny McBride.
Oh, cool.
It was Robert Downey Jr.
No, it was Tom Cruise.
The best part about Robert Downey Jr. is his fucking feature-length side film that you might not know exists where he plays that character just fucked up in a hotel room. It is fucking. I couldn't even. It's so long. I couldn't even watch the whole thing because it eventually wears on you. But it exists.
Because I can't remember what they because Heart of Darkness is the one from Apocalypse Now, but I can't remember what they called theirs. It was something similar, like a mockumentary behind the scenes of the movie.
Yeah,
So
it's
good.
something that is it's something that they reference in the movie or something like that.
Yeah.
But it actually exists in feature length form, and it's out there. It's hard to find. It's there, and it's
Just
fucking
a special
wacky.
feature on the Blu-ray. It's like
Is it
I think
now?
it's like I think it's almost as long as the movie. It's definitely over an hour, I think.
Yes, it's very long and grating.
Yeah, probably a bit too long, but
Yeah.
still very good.
Well, it just doesn't have an arc per se.
No, it's just a series of sequences, behind the scenes.
Hold on, and real quick to Dominic over here. Oh my, see, and that's the thing. Watch This Is the End, and then all of a sudden, when fucking Danny McBride makes his appearance in the movie, is when the fun-loving criminals. I believe that's whose music is playing when he fucking
Scooby Snacks?
huh?
Scooby Snacks?
The name
That's
of
the
the song?
only fun-loving criminal song I know. Riding around, robbing banks, all whacked off Scooby Snacks.
No, I think it's the other one, "Stick 'Em Up, Punk." But he's coming.
Oh, I don't think that's not them. Is it? Stick 'em up. I don't think that's them.
Yep,
I'm
"Stick
gonna
'Em
look.
Up, Punks" is the fun-loving criminals. I think it's.
Oh, maybe it is. If that's what they say, it's the fun-loving criminals.
But I mean, he just coming in there and he just doing his
Hey,
little
what
spin,
such an
and he just.
amazing intro.
Yes, that's the fun-loving criminals. Google has confirmed. Just like I said, that was the fun-loving criminals.
But yeah, he's coming in there, and then they're trying to. He doesn't know anything about them trying to ration the food. He doesn't know anything about what's going on. He's coming in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Handgun and everything, and spinning, and all of a sudden he just gets everything up. He's just fucking fixing a fucking feast for everybody, having no fucking idea what the hell's happening. And that's how Danny McBride makes his appearance. He cooks just about every fucking thing. He's drinking water. He's drinking a bottle of water. He's pouring some out in the fucking sink. You know what I'm saying? It's just like.
Remember when they were doing like the video confessional things? And I think it's James Franco's just like, I fucking hate Danny McBride. And he just sort of peeks in from the doorway and he's just kind of watching him.
So you would love it, man. Look, like they give him a lot of shit, and then he ends up becoming a fucking, you know what I'm saying, Armageddon warlord. You know what I'm saying, at some point. You know what I'm saying. But it's fucking funny, man. I mean, come on. It's just a great way. I don't know, man. He comes in like a fucking sore thumb in a movie, but it's funny. Just like in fucking The Heartbreak Kid, it's just like being her older brother. I mean, he really plays the fucking douchebag older brother in that fucking Heartbreak Kid shit with fucking Ben Stiller. It's so fucking funny, man. See, that's one people don't give him a lot of note for, but he fucking, you know what I'm saying, but he fucking was so good in that to me, man, being that, you know what I'm saying, being a jerk, being a jerk douchebag older brother. That's kind of trying to spot out what the fuck's going on with Ben Stiller, you know what I'm saying, and trying to sniff him out and everything like that. But fun fact also, I don't know if you guys ever seen that movie anyway.
Which movie? I just wanted to.
The Heartbreak Kid.
No.
But Danny McBride was in The Heartbreak Kid with Ben Stiller and everything like that. But and also fun fact, the woman who plays Flo in all of Progressive insurance commercials, she also is in that movie and plays, you know what I'm saying, one of the siblings or in-laws or whatever, something like that. That's part of this big family. It's a whole weird story with The Heartbreak Kid if you've never heard about it, but you know.
Well, fun fact only for Charles Weeden, but to everything you say, Nighthawk Mullins says, meh. That's it. It's a one man fun fact that, you know, he's probably fucking Googling, little jerk.
Oh, wait a minute. Is
I said Nighthawk Mullins said meh. Move along. Nothing to see here.
Is that actually him?
No.
Okay.
I'd assume not.
All right. Yeah.
The joke there, folks, is that maybe 10 years ago, when Charles Weeden and I would do another show very similar to this one, there was a man named Isaiah Mullins who would always say, meh, like literally. Somebody could say something profound or just interesting or deliver a bunch of fun facts. He was kind of the pre-Lou, who was also a part of this group eventually, and he would just go, meh. And what was the other one? He would say very often? He had like 4 phrases, and they were all gold.
You never know.
You never know. You never know.
And every time he said that, we were like, but we do know.
Yeah, we fucking do. It's clearly stated. And then often that would be responded to with, meh.
Yeah.
Cool. That's great.
What was his... Go ahead.
No, it's just one time. I remember one time during one of our podcasts with him, we would get into an argument with him where he like made an outlandish claim where he said that Batman was a superhero, and we said, no, he's not. He said he was a superhero, and we got into this whole, like, I don't know if it was like 30 minutes or if it was a full-blown hour, but we like started yelling at him saying, no, he's not. He's a crime fighter. Because
he's the world's greatest detective.
Yeah, because he has
literally.
Because in order to be a superhero, you have to have superpowers. Batman doesn't have superpowers. Every skill that he has, he obtained through training and knowledge and like actually like pushing his body to the limit to obtain that stuff, which anybody can fucking do.
He's kind of like James Bond in a bat suit.
Exactly. Yeah. So he trained his body to that point, and he also is incredibly rich. I mean, hell, Ben Affleck's Batman in Justice League even explored this fucking trope by saying, where Flash asked him, like, what's your superpower? And Ben Affleck's Batman said, I'm rich. Yeah, so that whole thing was fucking explored. But no,
here's $100. Shut up, dickhead.
Yeah. It's just, but no, it's just like Mr. Mullins even just said, like, oh no, it's just, no, he's a superhero, and we just like went back and forth with this whole fucking thing, and it's just, I'm like, God damn it, he's not even here.
10 years later, the pain still lingers.
Fucking hell.
He would also, one other thing, I don't remember it, maybe you do, Weeden. He would say things like things were racist a lot, but he had a weird phrase to say that, like a very weird way. Do you recall?
No, I don't remember this.
It was adorable. It wasn't like that's racist, but he just had something that he would say. I remember during American Horror Story, in particular, he didn't like the Mandingo, the Mandingo character, and he said that was racist, as well as the slave ghosts. But the phrase he would use, it was another one of those. He also had Bullshit City and Boom City, to which Charles Weeden and Isaiah and another undesirable at one point made a show called Boom City Boys.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Boy, oh boy. How long did it take for you guys to live that
today? I want to see the shape of his face.
I am trying to forget that even exists.
We were called Geeks of the Round, and the whole gaggle of geeks just mocked these 3 boys mercilessly for about a month and a half over Boom City Boys.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was an embarrassment.
And what's funny is, I'm so sorry, but what's funny, maybe Garrett Andritz wants to take note on this. Boom City Boys! That's where that started. So if you want to know where when he got that inflection and when he copied us on that show, when he mentioned it about that other new show, yeah, that's what that was referencing, Garrett, just so you know.
Yeah, it's just like, yes, Kish, that is very apt. Oh man.
Douche chills indeed. Even Santa Claus says no, no, no to that. That was douche chills.
Yeah, it's just it was an embarrassment. I mean, it's like Boom City Boys sounds like a fucking gay bar.
Or at least a club that hangs out at a gay bar.
Yeah, exactly. Jesus fucking Christ, it was so embarrassing. I am glad to be rid of it.
I can imagine so.
Well, I think, what did you guys do? 3 episodes? We gotta
Something
find
like-
those. We have to find those.
No. Just forget it. Just forget
Yes.
about it.
No, we cannot
Ignore
find those.
Charles. Yes, you do have
Do
to
not
find
hunt
those.
for those.
You can't erase history, Charles.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you know better than those statue knocking down motherfuckers.
What are you, a Nazi?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
All right. Good.
So, Halloween Kills, huh?
We're up.
Yeah, how about that Halloween Kills the franchise, huh?
How about that? No, look, Halloween ends the franchise.
That's next week, not this week.
I don't even think I'm gonna pop in on that one, you guys, because that fucking movie, I don't even know if there's anything to redeem in that one, really.
Well,
Based on everything I've heard, I'm not looking forward to it.
Well, I mean, from what we understand about the Halloween franchise, I mean, Halloween ends literally the franchise.
Right. But look, listen, conceptually, in case I don't show up next week, conceptually, I think it's a pretty goddamn nice idea. It's a nice film conceptually. It's executed very, very poorly.
Yeah, well, once we're done with Halloween ends, we can start the franchise that I'm really excited for, which is, do you want to play a game?
Wait, I thought you guys were gonna watch all the Halloween fan films next. That's what Stone said.
No.
He said it in the Twitter TEE TV planning room.
No, we are not watching the fucking fan films. No, that's not.
Okay, he never said that, and there is no
I didn't
Twitter.
even know there was such a thing.
There's no Twitter planning room.
No, we're watching the Saw
Yeah,
movies.
if there is, I'm not in it.
Yeah, we're watching the Saw movies, which I am very excited for because I have not watched the Saw movies in years. I think the last Saw movie I watched was the final chapter, which I believe is Saw 9. And that I think I watched was like maybe about a year or two after it released, but I don't remember when that was.
Whichever one was 3D. That's the
That
last
was-
one I saw.
That was Saw 9. Saw the final chapter.
I'm sure that was
I
9.
saw them all.
Must have been. She had Spiral and
Jigsaw.
Jigsaw. which
Jigsaw
would have
came
been-
after Spiral?
that would-
No. Jigsaw came first, then
Okay.
Spiral.
Spiral
Okay, so they would
was alright.
They would have been 8 and 9. So it must have been 7 that was 3D. Because the new one's X.
No. But no, Jigsaw and Spiral are spin-offs. They are not
Yeah, but-
actual continuation.
I swear there wasn't 9 Saw movies.
No.
That seems
There
familiar.
are. No, Saw the final
Really?
chapter is supposed to be 9.
I'm gonna look this up.
Yeah,
If so,
Saw
I've
the
missed
final
something.
chapter is supposed to be 9, and then Jigsaw is supposed to be 10, but it's a spin-off. And then Spiral is supposed to be 11, but it's that is also a spin-off.
Come on, there's so many Saw movies. That franchise went on so long that it politicized and it fucking like turned into a this healthcare system condemnation, which wasn't necessarily wrong. But I'm just saying it grew beyond even being a fucking movie to where they're like, we're making statements now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, while these guys are silently searching
Okay,
up the Saw
yeah,
franchise,
yes.
Saw 3D was 7. Jigsaw and Spiral are 8 and 9. Then
you
Saw
stupid piece of shit! Look at you. Ugh.
Yeah.
I-
Shut
I
up.
know
Okay.
something for once. How do you like that?
Oh my God! Fine.
Damian showed you.
Yeah, the one time I know something, you won't even give it to me. Fucking.
God damn it! fine.
First-
I'm wrong. You're right. I'm wrong. All right.
First,
fine.
we exposed you on the Boom City Boys, and now this. Will Charles Weeden recover for the next TEE TV? Tune in and find out.
8, 9, 10. Okay. Yeah. Oh shit! I didn't even realize Spiral came out in 2021. Holy shit! And of course, Saw 3D, also known as Saw: The Final Chapter, came out in 2010.
Yeah. So
Oh,
yeah, that
and
was definitely the last one I saw because I haven't seen the other two yet.
all right. Yeah, but I think Jigsaw and Spiral are both available on they're both available on Hulu, I think.
Spiral's the Chris Rock one, right?
Yes, Spiral is the Chris Rock one. And then
I'm looking
Saw
forward to seeing.
and then Saw X is going to be available on theaters, but I don't know when that is coming out. I'm about to check.
Says here they were doing a Spiral TV series. They announced it in 21.
The Spiral TV series I remember hearing about, but last I heard, I think it got scrapped.
Stone, yes, you have a question?
Yes?
Have we gotten to John Woo yet?
No.
No, we haven't.
We got sidetracked again.
Yeah, we got
Okay, no.
sidetracked on the Saw
Surprise.
movies.
It's all good.
And Boom City Boys.
I just want to make sure I want to hear his comments about the John Woo scene. That's all.
Yeah, let's get to it. So I can leave you guys alone to your Fringe.
Fringe, yeah.
No, I mean we really. I mean this is really going to be probably one of the more compacted shows that we've done. I mean we probably the least one was probably just last week. I think we only did like 340 on that one.
Yeah, that was my fault.
While you guys were all silently Googling, by the way, the chat was answering all the
That wasn't your
questions.
fault. We were about
Yeah,
done.
yeah, I see that now. Yeah.
What?
The chat was
The chat was answering while everyone was silently Googling. I'm just saying.
yes, because I didn't do my traditional dead air dance.
Well, that's because you're not. It would have been weird if you did. You're not on camera.
Yeah, that's
Were you doing it anyway? I suspect you might have been.
yeah.
No, he's using Austin Powers. It's a secret little nod to that scene where, Austin Powers is naked, but you never see his dingle because he's covered up. Well, that Charles is naked behind the camera today.
No, I'm not. I'm wearing a pair of pants and I'm wearing a green shirt.
He's just
Oh,
eating.
Christ.
He's just,
Yeah,
he's
lots
just
of
eating
details.
bacon. He's just eating bacon right now.
I am not eating bacon. You know that I don't like bacon.
You don't like Danny McBride or bacon? I might have to end this show. This is getting too much.
I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry, Charles. Look, I gotta say, I love, you know what I'm saying, a lot. There's a lot about that movie I do like, you know what I'm saying. But I do have to say that Danny McBride's entrance is probably one of my favorite parts of the whole entire movie. You could just see what was gonna happen. It was just all of a sudden there was no Danny McBride almost the whole entire time when everything started to get fucked, right? And then all of a sudden the next morning, all of a sudden this motherfucker just getting up out the tub. You know what I'm saying? Just you know what I'm saying? He's spinning and you just get the feeling, oh my God, something is gonna fucking happen. You know what I'm saying? Like something is going to fucking happen here. You know what I'm saying? Like he's gonna do something that's gonna cause a fucking stir because that's fucking Danny McBride right there. You know what I'm saying? So something's fucking gonna happen. Who knew that he would fucking cook up all the rations trying to be a cool guy? You know what I'm saying? At that point, not realizing what the fuck he just did. But that you just knew something was gonna fucking happen. Probably one of my favorite points. It was just like such like, oh my God, the build up was just so like, what the fuck is he gonna do? You always think that.
Look, my favorite part of This Is the End is when Jonah gets possessed by the demon and then they try to exorcise the demon. That's my favorite part where like Jay says like the power of Christ compels you, and then the Jonah being possessed by the demon says, really, Jay, does it? Because from where I'm standing, it's not very compelling. It's just, I love that part. That part just makes me crack up every time I see it.
But always my favorite was the Rihanna. It was the Rihanna and fucking
Michael Cera.
slap exchange.
Yeah, that
But
was
it's
cool
even more
too.
my favorite because I realized that it's real,
Wait, Michael Cera actually slaps her ass?
and she actually slaps his face
Oh.
because that was the deal. He wanted to really slap her ass, and she wanted to. And she says, "Yeah, if I can really slap your face," and he was like, "Yeah, of course. I want to feel that." So yeah, that was the deal.
Oh, so it was a mutual agreement between the two of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just him being a complete degenerate was so great. He's getting blown in the bathroom, and he's just sipping on a fucking apple juice, fucking juice box with a straw. He's just such a piece of shit.
You know, the whole Michael Cera scenes and This Is the End was just fucking great. Because I mean, he's such a nice guy when he's on camera and he's like playing a awkward like character in his movies, but then of course showing the real Michael Cera being just such a douchebag is just
Yeah,
fucking
he's just like
great.
this fucking douchebag, cokehead, just piece of shit person.
I did like that. I did. And then of
Like,
course when the apocalypse happens and you see Paul Rudd just running down the sidewalk holding a gigantic wine bottle. Oh
I
man.
rewatched that somewhat recently. I think that may have truly been one of the last great film comedies.
Yeah,
Like
I can agree
before
with that.
things started to. It's very rare that I watch a movie that's really funny these days.
Well, for
It
me,
happens occasionally, but I don't know. It's
well,
just not the same.
for me, most comedies today are kind of boring. It's just they're all basically the same movie.
Yeah,
They had,
and like a lot of it's like that. There's a lot of that, like kind of what would you call it? Like not indie I guess kind of indie comedy, but that like kind of dramedy kind of thing going on, where it's more
Mhm,
heavy on the drama. There's not a whole lot
mhm,
of laugh to be had.
yeah, but no, it's just like I said, most comedies today are basically just the same movie every single time. So if you've seen one comedy, you've seen them all, and so
Yeah,
they're boring. So I don't watch comedies that much anymore. I don't. And any comedies that I do watch are comedies that were released either 10 years ago, 20 years ago, or even 30 years ago. And
yeah, I'm
that's
pretty
it.
much the same because they
Yeah.
don't play it safe like they do now.
No, they don't. They
And
don't.
that's and
Comedies that
even
were
just
released all those decades ago, they took a lot more risks. They did. They
yeah, a
took
lot
a.
more risk and like even just like the seems like comedies these days the joke to like minute ratio isn't really there.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be you get like movies that could make just it was just joke after joke for an hour and
Mm-hmm.
a half. But
Yeah.
now it's just like yeah, you're kind of struggling to figure out was that a joke? Is that meant to be funny? Because if
Yeah.
so, it wasn't.
Yeah. Well, it's just today people are just too scared to offend anybody. It's just
Yeah,
like they're worried that one joke is gonna piss off one group of people or another group of people, and they're worried that someone's gonna go on Twitter and just start canceling everybody. And I just think that they should just stop caring about who they're gonna piss off. I think
yeah,
they should just
because
stop caring.
the audience doesn't largely, I find, doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, they don't.
They want something good. They don't. They're not worried about this whole just sensitive bullshit.
Oh yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's just, I mean, the way I see it is that if you try to please one group or another, you're going to end up alienating somebody. Like
Pretty
like
much.
you're going to piss off regardless of whatever you do, you're going to piss off somebody. So at the end of the day, I think people should just stop caring and just focus on making good content. That's what they should do.
Which I guess the main like sort of struggle with that is it's the studios. They're the ones who like really probably overall want to placate people. I feel
Mhm.
it's less the creators and more the studios. Yeah, some of the creators are the problem, but I feel largely it's more just like people are just afraid to even pitch things.
Mhm.
Just they're
Yeah.
going to turn in the script and be like, "No, you can't do this, you can't do that."
Mhm.
So it's fucking it's a difficult, shitty. state of things. It's kind of seems like it's turning back around, just based on some comedy specials I've seen in the last couple of years or so. Seems like maybe we might be getting back to a place where you can actually just create things, but I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, do you want to wait until Stone gets back to discuss more Halloween, or do you want to move on to Fringe?
We got to talk about the John Woo stuff.
Oh, we haven't gotten to that stuff yet.
Oh,
No, not yet.
I was making sure I was listening out.
Yeah.
Stone, just quickly before we get to the John Woo stuff, what do you
Sure.
think of Big John and Little John? So I
Say
said that
again?
was one of my Big John and Little John. The two, I think, gay dudes.
Yeah, they were gay, but they were the guys living in Michael Myers' old house.
Yeah.
Oh God, what did I think about them? Oh God.
Because I actually did enjoy that. Like, it was definitely a more comedic leaning thing, but I did enjoy the sequence where they're just going throughout the house looking for, well, they didn't know it was Michael Myers, but they knew they had an intruder. I don't know. I enjoyed that sequence.
It was.
The guy fucking takes off his robe, all his jewelry. He's like, all right, shit's real now. And he's got his. Big John had the little knife. Little John had the big knife.
See, I don't remember that scene at all, but I also remember enjoying it.
It was fun.
But see, it's
And-
just certain,
well,
there's certain
until a
moments.
point.
See, there's certain moments because I mean, like I said before, like with Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, it just it's certain moments like even realizing that Silas Weir Mitchell, being Monroe from the Grimm, you know what I'm saying, TV series was in that, you know what I'm saying, that movie, but a lot of that stuff, a lot of those fun facts, a lot of those moments are dimmed because of, you know what I'm saying, of what they did to Loomis. I just wasn't there for a lot of that shit because of, you know, it's like, so a lot of that stuff just kind of fades from memory for me because all I can get fixated on at this point is how they shit on, is how Rob Zombie could actually allow Loomis to be shit on like that. You know what I'm saying? I think that's something that's going to be something like it's powerful, or it's going to be like, ooh, let's Rob, like that's classic Rob Zombie. Then maybe I was wrong about Rob Zombie for all this fucking time. Maybe he was a fucking, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he was fucking like ridiculous fucking overdrawn douche that, you know what I'm saying, that really thought he was cooler than what he was. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what the fucking truth is. Because if that's classic Rob Zombie, yikes. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking all this time? Maybe fucking Jim was right. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I think Rob Zombie's he's a guy, much like with his music, he makes some missteps.
That's what I'm hoping for.
He's got
That's
some
what I'm
great
hoping.
music, but he's
That's what I'm
also got
hoping
some
for.
stuff I'm kind of like, this wasn't so good.
But if the dominant consensus is classic Rob Zombie, that's troubling.
Wait,
You know, that's
people
what he
actually
would
say
do,
Halloween 2 is classic Rob Zombie?
or that's what he would do. Like everything that he did in that movie is what he would do. It's like that. That's him finally getting the, you know what I'm saying, the reins control.
Yeah.
Like yeah, that's, whoa, really? Nah, okay, well then that's fucked up then. He would really think that it was cool to fucking make Loomis look like a fucking media whore and a jackass. Like really, really, okay, like that's not fucking cool, and that's not what I thought Rob Zombie was about at all. You know, and that's
And
annoying.
I don't know, that movie just confuses me, especially coming from Rob Zombie. I'm not like, and I think we talked about we must have talked about the White Horse fucking sequences. And I think Jim said, I think he was here. It's just that was him trying to be an artiste, like he was trying for something
Yep.
maybe a bit different or something, and it just didn't work.
He tried to go
The
for
whole
a
movie
creepy.
just like
He tried
just
to go
nothing
for a creep.
really worked in that movie.
He tried to go for a creepier element that really departed from the Cult of Thorn, aka Jim Hain story arc, and it just was kind of weird. Like when all of a sudden it got supernatural. How the fuck? I was like, how the fuck all of a sudden this girl down supposedly in her mind and his mind, and this is how the fuck is, you know? It's like how the fuck is all of that happening? You know, it's just like, yeah, but
I'm kind of thinking maybe they told him to stay away from that, because it kind of baffles me that Rob Zombie wouldn't, given the opportunity, have gone for that
yeah, I mean probably,
in
but
the
I
first
mean,
one.
okay, to stay away
Because the
from
first one, I
it.
know he had a lot of like a lot of rules in the first one that he had to adhere to.
Okay, so to get ushered away from it is one thing, but to really go and say, well, if you're showing frustration because they wouldn't let you go in the direction that you wanted to go, or try to usher you away from the Cult of Thorn story arc or whatever, and then you say, okay, instead of maybe I just won't do the sequel, but instead maybe you act out and say, okay, now we're gonna whore out fucking Loomis, it's because that's what I'm going to do to this movie or whatever, because I'm frustrated about not be given my full creative control over the movie, then that's still a douchey move. It still routes right back to douche town. I'm sorry.
Yeah. As I said, I don't know what happened with that movie. Like, he's had some movies I haven't liked,
what
but
happened?
that
What
one
happened
is
is bad.
particularly just like,
What happened was bad decisions were made time and time again in that movie, and either it's because he's frustrated about not having creative control, or it was him having the full creative control to do what he wanted, and that's what he thought would really jolt people, like make horn out Loomis and all this other bullshit and that type of thing. The supernatural element of mom now pushing the kills on and getting in her mind, and all of a sudden they have a psychic bond, bringing back the psychic bond that was Jamie and Michael, and putting it between and putting it between Lori and Michael, and also then bringing the mother element in and sort of like torturing her in her head and all this type of bullshit. It was just, yeah, if that was him having full creative control or doing a fucking childlike tantrum and moving forward with the sequel, either way, it just speaks of a bad move overall.
yeah.
So
I wish I knew what the fuck it was. Like, I did a little bit of reading about the movie, and I didn't really get any answers as to why that was such a.
which
I
brings
think
me
Jim's
to,
answer is the best. Like, as far as like, not why he did that to Loomis and stuff, but just like, yeah, it was him trying to flex a muscle that maybe just, yeah, it just wasn't working.
Because
which
he's a
which which bring which brings me to this Halloween Kills and the whole thing where, okay, all the people of the town, led by led by Tommy, and
Anthony Michael Hall.
yeah, that's another interesting move that they made there. But led by him, and they're all just they've had enough, and they're going to take him, and they seem to be taking him, and it seemed to be a really almost like watershed moment there, and they had him, and then all of a sudden they seem to let up, and then all of a sudden Michael Myers just all of a sudden springs the fuck up, and then what we see is a fucking like just
Slow
crazy.
motion massacre.
It's a crazy over the top, just taking down one guy in a circle, taking down the entire mob. What I'm saying? And no one can figure out what to do. No one can seem to team up or try to do anything or overwhelm them like they did before. It was just too late. It was way too late for that now. Now he's risen to another level, and they can't keep up. It was just crazy. And you tell me that it sunk the movie for me. It really sunk the movie for me. It was going. It was taking in water, but that really sunk the battleship on that one for me.
I kind of thought they were going that direction with that initial, like when they were closing in on him. I kind of thought he was just going to, somehow slaughter everybody. But no, they fucking got to the point where he should have been absolutely dead. Went somewhere else and then cut back to him killing everybody somehow. Even though you would think you got him in that position with this fucking mob with baseball bats and guns and shit. You would think his head would have been paste or something by that point with the energy that those people had. And no, they just, I guess, kind of let up. And then, resurgence.
Inexplicably, I might add. I got to tell you that's when you really appreciate the greats. That's when you appreciate the greats like Tommy Jarvis and Friday the 13th, played by of course the great, the comeback kid. You know him.
The comeback king.
Oh, the comeback king. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
The
get it right.
comeback.
Have some respect,
He's
Mr.
the
Scott.
comeback king.
I'm sorry. You know him. The man who needs no introduction because who would want? Okay, no. I'm not gonna go there. But no, but he basically goes in on Jason and keeps going in. One little kid, one preteen kid, just going in on Jason, yelling "die" the whole entire time, understanding the job that he was trying to do and was going to try to do it to the best of his ability. He was going to try to make sure that he did everything he could to make sure that Jason died and stayed dead. And a whole mob of people didn't have that concept in mind.
But again, it harkens back to what I said before, the ongoing trope of the franchise of Michael Myers being unkillable. And in this movie, they didn't need to say it, Mr. Weeden. It was Michael Myers realizing he is unkillable. And if you watch, I guarantee you, rewatch the film from the, well, not from the point of the fluorescent bulb, but consider everything I said
That's
from
my
that
point.
point. You will see a progression of Michael Myers in his kills. You'll see eventually even he starts having a lot of fun with it. I think that thing he did when he something with the car door and the people shoot their face or something.
Oh, damn it! I was going to say that before. The sexy nurse that Charles loves so much. She's got this desert eagle. He swings the door open, hits her, and she shoots herself in the head. That's a
And then-
great fucking death
And
sequence.
that was another moment where he was like, "Holy shit! Is there somebody watching out? Like, am I God?
Yeah.
Am I God?" Question that. Consider Michael Myers as a human being who's been in a nut house, who stares at fluorescent lights, who thinks about himself, thinks he's a conscious acting creature. He's not just this thing. So, like, you know what I'm saying? He's not some supernatural fucking monster, even though he survives fires and all these fucking beatings. And it's something that is starting to make him. When he wakes up in that fire, he's like, "Yo, what the fuck? Why am I not dead?" Then he slaughters all those firemen, and he's like, "Yo, I'm pretty fucking cool." Every kill in his head, he's thinking he's better and better, and I do think they show it when he gets up in that moment. I think they express it without words, but I think it's there that he finally says, "I am God," and then does what he does. The John Woo scene.
Could be right there, definitely. And that's another reason I brought up the not only because I liked it, the Lil John and Big John scene where it ends with Michael stabbing Big John in the armpit, then gouging his eyes out. Which, as I said to Charles before the show, is really mean. That was a mean thing to do. It was fucking.
But it was fun for Michael,
Yeah, it definitely seemed to be.
taking his time a little bit with things, not just brutally murder. Like, he's exploring the art of murder in this film.
Yeah, just seeing like, all right, so this is what I'm doing. What am I going to do with this? Can't just every time just stab the guy with a knife and pin him to the wall. That's boring.
Well, one man's boring.
Well, yeah, like it's good.
I mean, you fuck the same
every now and
woman
then, but-
when you're married for 20 years. Isn't that like pinning a guy to the wall with a knife in the same way over and over again? I mean, sure,
Yeah, I
sometimes you
guess,
turn him
but
around and you pin him from behind. Sometimes,
if you if you've got an audience, though, you might try and switch it up a bit, do something different. Maybe I don't know,
Are
flip
you
her on her side.
suggesting
or
Michael
something.
Myers should have got an OnlyFans? No, you're not. So.
No.
But look, Jim. I want to say this real quick. I do
Have to
get
be
what
on
you're
the dark
saying.
web.
I do get what you're saying on that point, though. That it does seem like he was getting a little bit more creative in those situations, and in some of the kills and things like that. It did seem like they were a bit they were a bit different. They definitely seemed unique. But I would just say, still, it was just that moment. It was just. I don't
Well, I
know.
agree with you there. It took it down. Whatever you said, it tanked the movie. It also, for me, tanked the movie. A lot of that stuff.
Yeah, it was just I would say not, don't have it. Don't do it if you're gonna make it, if you're gonna make it real weird and then just kind of, it's like all of a sudden those people seem strong. They overwhelmed them. They seemed strong, and then they took Michael Myers down, and then all of a sudden just fucking let up. And then all of a sudden it was like, and he all it's like those people, it was like those people were not the same people that overwhelmed Michael Myers just a few minutes ago. It was just like they were not those people anymore for some reason. Like either he was
No, it's
good
almost like they cut away, and then they cut back, and they're all just having beers and just celebrating. And that gave, like, because we didn't actually see how he managed to get the upper hand. It was just all of a sudden we cut back to almost a music video or a John Woo sequence, as you'd call it.
yeah, it was idiocy. We all know it was idiocy. It's the same old thing. It's the same old thing. You think you've killed him, you leave him alone, and you don't take it. You don't treat it with the seriousness it needs to be treated with. You don't treat it with that seriousness that they have Michael Myers in the recording say that what should happen to Michael Myers and everything like that.
Because fucking Judy Greer stabbed him like in like the top of the spine, like in the brain stem, pretty much.
Yeah, can I bring something up about that? Yeah, when Karen stabbed Michael in that point, like at the brain stem where the brain meets the top of the spine.
Hmm.
When you get an injury like that, only one of two things is going to happen. You either die, or if you are lucky enough to survive,
You'll shit your pants.
no.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I mean, that is a side effect, sure, because you lose control of all motor functions.
I had to
Because you
wipe him
become-
6 times.
Yeah. You become a quadriplegic. You cannot move anything below the neck. So, how in the actual hell was
Michael
Michael
Myers-
able to, I don't know, push himself off the ground, get up, stab, cut, beat, do whatever the fuck he was able to do to that entire mob?
And not have a shitty jumpsuit.
Because he's God.
Oh my god, that is a cop out, and you know it.
Look, I know my statement is on the fringe of things, and like
We're discussing that next, folks, so
Oh.
get ready.
I am aware I'm reading between the lines.
But still, it's just, I mean, no, it's so fucking stupid. It's like, I don't care if he thinks he's God. You don't walk away from an injury like that. You are either going to die or you're going to be a quadriplegic. Either way, you're not walking away.
With a
You have to
shitty
physically
jumpsuit, I
be
might
some
add.
kind of god. Yeah.
With a
'Cause
shitty jumpsuit.
Because what previously earlier in the movie they tried to explain away why he's able to do these things because of just him being evil and something like an animalistic.
See,
Fucking-
none of that made. See,
They tried to explain it away somehow, in a way that's like, okay, I can kind of see, like, yeah, beast mode mentality, but that doesn't surpass like physical shit.
I'm saying this. I'm calling it right now. I'm saying that Rob Zombie's Halloweens are already eliminated in this contest. Their story arc is just bullshit. Doesn't hold up at all. Not in any way. I think, and I'm seriously feeling like that the original is going to prevail because none of that makes sense without see when you realize that you have some group behind this that's juicing him up, that's that's keeping him informed, that's keeping him driven, that's that's doing these fucking things. It all makes fucking sense. It all makes fucking sense. But when you take them away, none of this shit makes fucking sense. Freddy Krueger makes fucking sense. Even fucking Jason Voorhees in some ways makes fucking sense. But without the Cult of Thorn, Michael Myers does not make fucking sense.
Nope.
Just
At
plain and
least,
simple.
at least with the Cult of Thor, they had an explanation as to how he was able to take the beating that he could take. At least they had an explanation.
You got somebody
Yeah,
just
he's been
completely juicing
imbued
him
with
up.
this fucking yeah.
Scientists
Yeah,
and doctors that are juicing him up constantly. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's how the fuck he does it.
Come
yeah.
on, look
But
at that. Look at that, Anthony Michael
you
Hall.
take that
You're not
away.
scared of that?
You
It
take that
was scary
explanation,
until he let all his people get fucked up, Jim.
but you take that
My-
explanation away. You now have no explanation, and so now all you have left is confusion. You don't know what's going on. And that pisses me off. It's like, okay, what the fuck is going on? This doesn't make sense. It
And even
doesn't.
Anthony Michael Hall's Tommy character earlier in the movie is like, if I go down, I'm going to go down swinging. Pretty much went down crying like a bitch.
Yeah, pretty much. He didn't go down swinging. He cried. He went down going
No.
like, "Oh God, please don't kill me."
That's why
Yeah.
Paul Rudd should have been back in that role. Fuck that.
Yeah.
That would have been great.
Oh yeah, yeah. Even
been
if he
back
was
in
a
that role.
creep in that, even if he was a creep in that movie, I still would have preferred him.
Okay, see that's the thing. We can't. He was just more. He was more involved. He was directly involved. He was traumatized.
He was a creep.
No,
Stop it.
He was no. He was more involved. He was traumatized. He was.
You can
he
be
was-
both.
He
You
was
can
a
be
little,
traumatized and a
he
creep.
was he was a little obsessed. He was a little obsessed with the situation because he wanted to get back at Michael Myers and he wanted to help. He wanted to help Jamie, and then he finally found himself right in the situation. It was weird. I think anybody would be a little bit would kind of go in a little bit of weird paranoid creep mode when they
Although
realize you got.
I will say about that movie, the one with Paul Rudd, it still had the best kill scene out of all of the Halloween movies. It was the scene where I can't remember the woman's name, but her father gets stabbed by Michael Myers, lifted up, and then impaled on the circuit breaker, and then he gets electrocuted to the point where his head explodes. And that is the best kill scene out of the entire franchise.
You sick bastard.
Hey, the special effects were top tier out of everything in that franchise. You can fight me on that.
Oh my
I will fight
God.
you. I'm going to say I prefer the whole scene in Halloween Kills with that sexy nurse. That whole car scene, I prefer over the
No,
scene you
no,
just said.
no,
by
no,
far.
no, no, no. The Desert Eagle scene where like the door like hits the Desert Eagle and then she shoots herself. Look, that was cool. I will admit that was cool. But it doesn't beat getting impaled to a circuit breaker and your head explodes. I'm sorry. That was just spectacular. It goes like, ah,
I mean,
bang.
I see your point.
I gotta put that. I gotta put Big John's death pretty close to that though. Stabbed in the armpit, then eyes gouged out to the point where his thumbs had to have been touching the back of his skull. He went
what?
that deep.
Both of these really cool scenes are in this movie. You guys are saying it's so terrible. Just
It
saying.
is, but like I said, there are moments. But see, for me, they were dimmed because I remember that moment, and it was very humorous in some ways, and it was very spectacular. In its brutality in certain ways with Big John and Little John. But it gets dimmed.
And Lil
because,
John died off screen. Poor Lil John.
But it just gets dimmed because of like just the weirdness and the holes and the bullshit of this. It just doesn't sit well. It just does not sit well.
And those final moments really did stink. Now that it, like Jim said, it was a reshoot, that makes a lot more sense. Because I'm like, how the fuck do you? I don't know why they decided to reshoot it. And what was the original ending, Jim?
I would
Do you
have
know?
to look it up. I'll look it up right
Okay.
now.
Because yeah, that ending was
Because see,
nonsensical and just like,
no shock and awe. They want more shock and awe to bring you back for the last one. You know, like what else is there? When you stripped everything away that made this series way more interesting, unique, separate from a lot of the other shit that you were used to. when you strip all of that away, you get back to the whole. You got to get back to the whole shock and awe. The Freddy grabbing the Freddy grabbing. You know what I'm saying? The mother out of the out of the window thing from the door and dragging her back. You got to get back to that because you have nothing else. What else do you have?
Really.
You've taken everything else away. You've taken oh my! Like I said, I was talking to Damian. I felt like I thought up a way better scene, a way better way to end the original series. That would have been just so much better. But and it would have gave no need for any of this other shit. But if they wanted to bring it back, if Danny McBride had enough guts to want to bring the story arc back, it would have been a great way to end this one. Honestly, to bring the Cult of Thorn back in to end the, to end this, that would have been a great way to end this out. But they're gonna do what they're gonna do. So
yeah, we got what we got.
I don't know. Do you know when Michael Myers kills Karen?
Literally like the last 20, 30 seconds, something like that.
So that's after all the John Woo stuff?
yeah,
Yes, right
Yeah,
after.
the very, very final moments of the movie.
so
Kills her, and then he just stares out the window. Well, I guess we confirmed that he was staring at his reflection at that point. He's not just staring out the window; he's looking at himself in the window.
Oh, sorry. I was just reading the ending that they've shown. Never mind. So this is the you didn't see one. Never mind. I'll be right there.
Yeah, like
All right, it still ended. So this is different. I'm not sure. Maybe what they talked about with changing it was still in the script before this, because what this says here is, in the script, Laurie learns of Karen's death, and wielding the knife Allison left by her bedside earlier in the movie, she goes to fight Michael.
actually, yeah. Sorry, that was the final moments where Karen dies. Then she calls Karen. Laurie calls Karen. Michael picks up the phone. She says, "I'm coming," and then she's going down the hospital hallway with the knife.
Oh, I don't know. This is weird. What somehow Karen. Oh, okay, I didn't know my mic was on. Somehow Karen is the one who is in Michael Myers' house, and he kills Karen, and she dies in the exact spot as Judith Myers. And then Laurie calls his phone. Michael answers it. What does this say? Nothing but breathing is heard.
Yep.
And Laurie makes a scared face. And then the phone she runs off to go kill him. That's how.
Yeah.
But there's more to it, because I remember the whole mob stuff. I remember them saying they were changing, they were going in a whole other direction for 3, and then they changed stuff. But maybe that was it.
So, yep. Well,
Does that answer? Does the mob scene happen? How is Karen the one in the room if the mob scene happens?
Because she's sitting on the steps with her daughter and all the sheriffs, then she decides to wander back into the house. Who, great job, sheriff. You just let this woman just wander through a crime scene. Just without anyone being like, hey, don't do that. She just wanders back through the house, contaminates everything with her Karen-ness, and ends up in a spot where, somehow Michael got in through the back door that I guess wasn't covered.
Karen's always be Karen.
Yeah, especially in horror movies. I tell you that much. Especially in horror
we got the
movies.
porch covered, but the back door. Oh shit, we forgot to check that. Should have had a guy out there, I guess.
I think that's maybe where we first saw Karen's at in horror movies. Yeah. Horror movies and Bewitched episodes my mom used to watch. Like that neighbor that was always across the street, like looking, always being nosy, looking in being in people's business. Like she was like a Karen. My mom used to watch that shit all the time.
Yeah, she was very much a Karen, actually. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. It
Just
kind of feels like when I
fucking
think
mind
back
your own
on it.
business, bitch.
Yeah, she was really just out that window. I mean, never the blinds never open, but she was always in them. Blinds
Yeah,
never open though.
get the fuck out of here. Stop watching my house.
No, you never know it. Like I said, she always had the blinds closed, and she's just always. Almost every time I saw her, talking to her husband, every goddamn time.
Every time.
But I just gotta say, man, just don't have a lot of don't have a lot of great hopes, man, for this last movie.
Is
And
this the original ending?
I think so. I don't know. I just clicked a link on the Google search.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Took us to TikTok. So, I mean, it better be
yeah.
worth. I figured, though, it's so tiny. That's what she said.
Yeah,
that
it
it
should be fine.
should be
Yeah.
all right.
I don't even
That's
like
bad.
TikTok. It's just TikTok just makes me uncomfortable.
Never even used it, aside from clips I've seen on things.
Yeah.
Never did, never would.
Dun dun dun. Lori's on the warpath.
Thank
Lori's
God.
Lori's on the warpath. She's out for blood. Also, she's
But he
walking,
notices she has a knife.
she's walking through a
Yeah.
hospital hallway
Yeah,
with a
standing
bloody
myself.
knife. How is nobody like stopping her? Like,
Like, I get it, you're busy, but does that, like, do you not have eyes that work?
Yeah, I know. It's just like, look, it's just. I mean, if anybody was to walk through a public space with a bloody knife like that, it doesn't matter who you are. They're going to see you as a threat, and they're going to see that you have malicious intent. They're going to stop you. They're going to put handcuffs on you. They're going to detain you.
So, like, I've been in many busy crowd situations where I'm not really, like, looking to make eye contact with people, but I feel like I would notice some kind of vaguely kind of crazy looking woman with a bloody knife.
Yeah,
I like to,
man.
I like to think I'd have the wherewithal
I mean,
to just be like, wait a minute, that was like,
I
was
get what
kinda
they're
weird.
trying to do with that scene. It's for drama, it's for intensity. I get that. But I mean, come on. If somebody did that in real life, they would be tackled to the floor and the knife would be kicked away so fucking fast.
or at least someone quietly is just gonna be like, can we get security down here? We gotta.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know if the knife would be kicked away because somebody would then also take the knife and run off with it as well.
but then
the knife would be taken away from them and they'd be tackled to the ground so fucking fast.
Especially if it's covered in blood.
But then
Yeah,
think
exactly.
But then think of this though. Think of this. Have you guys seen the movie Phone Booth?
A
No.
long time ago, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, they had
That's with Colin Farrell and Kiefer Sutherland, right?
yes.
Yeah, I saw that a long time ago. Yeah.
They had a moment. They had a moment where he was like, "Well, yeah, you shoot me, blah 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 blah." You know, they had to. Well, he's like, to the effect of, "You shoot me, it's gonna be a whole panic, and so everyone's gonna, say, okay, yeah, sure, all right, guess you're right." So he, kind of centered it on the fucking little robot that was moving on the street. He's like, "Let's go, 1, 2," and he fucking shoots the thing. He's like, "Oh, where's the panic?" Where's, what I'm saying? He's like, "Oh, where are the people running? Where the, what I'm saying? Where's the, the only thing that was happening was the guy was pissed off. Was like, hey, you need to pay me this money for this robot that you broke. You know what I'm saying? Like, you were the closest guy to it. You know what I'm saying? You broke a robot, pay me this money. That's all that fucking happened. Like, to kind of show him, like, yeah, I could kill you right here in this phone booth, and hardly anybody would notice it. It's like sometimes you think, and then sometimes I always wonder sometimes, man, like maybe the world sometimes is like the fucking Matrix. Like, you could be walking with fucking anything. Like, you would really have to be standing out doing something like wild and crazy in order for people to notice you. Where you could be walking around just very calmly with something, and probably people will hardly even pay attention. You know what I'm saying? On a busy sidewalk. And you could be walking around with
See the
something
woman in
weird.
the red dress?
It's just like, you like, what do you think? I mean, sometimes I think that the world is just like so in its own head. Everybody's in their own head that if you're calm enough and you walk around and It's just like almost in this movie that Jet Li was in, Kiss of the Dragon. It was like almost at every certain point where people would be chasing him. If he can get around a corner on him, it was like he could just calmly just walk or whatever and blend into the crowd, and they couldn't find it. They wouldn't be able to notice him because he doesn't stir anybody up. No one, you know what I'm saying? No one stirred up. No one's like, and it's like no one noticed anything that was going on when he got around that corner. And it was just like, and they're completely like dumbfounded as to where the fuck he went. Because it's like if you're calm enough, no one will fucking know that you're being chased by the police just around that fucking corner. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy sometimes. It's the world, the Matrix, to where somebody could walk through a busy fucking, you know what I'm saying, a busy fucking trauma center or an emergency room or whatever with a knife and no, and as long as she's calm and not, no one's noticing shit. It's like, I'm just saying.
It's a good point.
Just kind of making a couple of points, just kind of bringing together a theme from a couple of different movies. It's like the world sometimes can be in its own head that they don't notice what the fuck is going on. As long as somebody's calm enough to walk through, you just never know. You can be calm like a bomb, and people would never know that you have it. Because you can be walking calm, and no one would ever notice. Who would know? Fucking, that's how the Unabomber did it. It's calm as shit. All they had was a description, a fucking hoodie and some shades. At one point, that's all they had. I'm just things like I said, the wildest stuff could happen and no one could even know that it's going on. Is all I'm saying. I think they tried to seize on that, but I definitely get you guys' point. Somebody, you would think somebody would notice the knife. You would think so.
Anybody, like just
would
just
think
one
someone would notice the
person
knife.
who would say to the next person, but yeah,
She's bumping people. She at least bumped past a couple people in that scene, and no one even reacted. And no one really
that's one thing I
reacted.
noticed. There was one person like fucking like shoulder checked her, but then she sort of just like glided through the rest of them. So I don't know if that was just like if that wasn't meant to happen, and maybe that was just like, yeah, we're not gonna do a retake. Because there was one person who bumped her, then she seemed to sort of, just glide through the rest of the crowd.
I think I think it's just kind of symbolized every once in a while it's gonna happen. Somebody might bump into you, and then you realize like, wow, But then she's moving through people, but then you realize she had that knife. She had the knife the whole time. It's like, damn. It's like, and then you started to feel like you guys is a little crazy, isn't it? I get it. I definitely get where you guys are coming from. No question.
And she was calm to a point, but she definitely like you sort of look at her, you're like, that bitch is gonna kill somebody.
Well, we all know that. See, and that's the whole mental thing. But it's like, where's the reaction from people? See, I think the world sometimes. I think some people just kind of write the world in a way of like there's a storm building in somebody's brain, and people are just walking right past that person and having no idea the storm that is raging in that person's mind. I think that sort of like illustrates that. I think people just. Sometimes I think some people who make movies, I think they love to illustrate that point. That someone can just walk through a crowd, busy sidewalk, busy street, and people are just, and they have having no idea what that person may have just done, or what they're going to do, or who they are. It's just like they have no idea the person that they're walking past. It's almost like that from this movie, The Cave. It was sort of like that. It was like that same thing. The one guy who made it out, but he was infected, and he was walking, and he was like all those crowd of people. They just had no idea who was among them. It was just fucking crazy.
Definitely heard of The Cave. I don't think I've seen it though.
Morris Chestnut, Cole, was it Cole Hauser or Cole? I'm saying his name right. The guy with the red hair, using a couple of movies and whatnot. He was in Dazed and Confused, I know for sure.
It's like an early 2000s movie, I want to say.
That one.
Or something else.
Say again?
I was trying to think, like, is it early 2000s or am I thinking of something else?
Let me see. see. The cave. Yeah,
Well,
it's got to be
probably mid 2000s, maybe.
because it was part of that time. Because it was part of that time. Yeah, 2005.
Okay, so it's around the time of what's that other one? The Descent.
Yeah, things like that. Yeah. Morris
Seemed to
Chestnut
be
was
like a
in.
real big like cave thing at one point. Cave horror movies in the mid 2000s seemed to be pretty popular.
People. It was more about people were trying to figure out like what things were unlooked at, or unchecked, or let's try to find something that sets us apart. People were trying to make efforts. So yeah, caves were the thing that we don't know a whole lot about caves.
I remember The Descent being really good. Never saw the second one, but I remember really enjoying the first one.
It was. It's always good when there's layers to a movie. It wasn't just about those what I'm saying, those subterranean monsters. It was also about the issues between the core group because they still had things to deal with while dealing with while dealing with these things. They had some shit within each other to deal with. One of the girls was having an affair with with one of the other girls' husband.
That's right, yeah.
The other one was, of course, siding with the girl, siding with the wrong party, with the wrong friend. But there was somebody who was sort of playing the middle of the situation and things like that. So it was causing a little bit of a rift and things like that. So then they're going, and so they felt like going and doing this whole cave, this whole cave, exploring thing was sort of, I guess, supposed to solidify their friendships and everything like that. And then, but they had to kind of deal with some shit in there. And it was more than this. The violence that the violence that impacted them was within them. It wasn't just all the fucking monsters. We'll say that.
It was just a just a generally bad time.
Yeah, it's not good when you have to deal with that. When you have to deal with that extra element. That's what made 28 Days Later great. It wasn't just dealing with the infected, but you had to deal with a fucking military group that was, that was trying to, I guess, live somewhat of a normal life, as it were. Having, being able to socialize and propagate and, reproduce, but just more of the practice of reproducing, I guess, more than anything, I think. But I don't think anybody was really worried about fucking kids. Kind of replenishing the population. I don't think, but
Nah.
I think it made it sound more poetic than what it actually was. I think, but yeah,
All right,
Yeah.
fuck you, Jim.
Um,
Because we
have
could
anything
double
left
all the way
about-
back to Halloween now if we want to end that, or we're pretty much done with that.
Well, done with. Oh shit, my mic. Everyone's done with Halloween. All right. Well, I'll see you guys later. I'm on the fringe of having to take a poop.
Hey, speaking of Fringe, we're about to get into it, so get ready, folks.
Well, maybe you figure out a way to transport your poop from your, from your intestines to the toilet without having to leave here. If you do science, if you science like you're supposed to, anyway.
Hey, everybody! I just heard about a new invention called the toilet from the other side, where you go to the bathroom here, and it shows up on the other side. Ooh.
I cut out
Yeah.
too soon. I think I missed some important advice.
I'm
just saying, if you take a shit and it disappears, and a different shit shows up in the bowl, you might be communicating with another universe.
Yeah, but how will I know what the first shit looks like?
Well, sometimes you just know that's not mine.
Well, I'm sorry. It seems like he has a tricky stomach. It doesn't always come out consistently. So
It's like what Fat Bastard said in Austin Powers Goldmember. It's like, what the? I didn't have any corn.
I'll look for peas. I ate peas last night. If there's no peas in my poo, then I will be quite. I'll have my goodbye.
Yeah, it's like
you,
you
sir.
have peas in this universe, but in the other universe you had corn. So
Maybe look, if you see any paper sticking out, maybe grab that. It might be a note that's important.
Thank you, sir. That was Jim Grindle. That was Jim Grindle, folks. Jim Grindle, folks. Or because of the subject that he brought up, we'll just go ahead and do a callback. Jim Grindle.
good old Jimmy Grins.
No, you don't get it. From the guy saying that his name sounds like someone that say they taking a shit. You know,
Yes.
Jim Grindle.
yeah. So based on the subject matter, that he just left with. There we go. Jim Grindle, folks. All right. Now,
Jim Grindle.
now we get into the fourth season of Fringe, which is like we're getting close to the bittersweet moment that we have to close out on Fringe, and
We're not closing out until next week. We have
But
one
yeah,
more season to discuss.
but we're getting there. It's getting to that point where we have to ready ourselves for the moment that this particular show ends for us. Our review of it ends anyway, and I think I start by saying,
like all good things, well, as they say, all good things must come to an end. Just like Grimm, just like Hannibal, whatever we discussed before that, I think it was Dark. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
and I will start by saying that I did notice, of course, and of course they did explore it more in this season. That of course Astrid, of course the other universe's Astrid having, being autistic. I definitely can still say that she definitely still makes it cute. That's just like wow. Like how could you make this? How could you make this girl even cuter than she was before? Give her autism. Like strangely enough, she becomes
Well,
even cuter.
the best way to be able to separate the two, I call the Astrid from our side as just Astrid, and I call the Astrid from the other side as Agent Farnsworth. That's how I separate the two.
Sometimes I think, like, would it work if we're doing nicknames? Would Lastrid work?
No, was just I've never actually heard the Astrid from the other side being called Astrid. I've always heard her be called Agent Farnsworth.
But when she of course, decides to go over to the other side to meet with Astrid, she corrected, Walter as he, as he basically, I guess, thinks it's a funny running joke to kind of mess up her name all the time.
Oh yeah, she does. She does end up correcting Walter. Yeah, because he calls her, and Walter is the only one that actually does call her Astrid. Like Astrid from our side gets annoyed when Walter calls the Astrid from the other side Astrid, but continues to mess up our Astrid's name. Like
It's just
she gets annoyed by that, which I
He's
I
like,
thought
really,
that was
dude?
kind of I thought that was kind of nice, to be honest. I like that. I did. I like that a lot. Because it's good. It's good for the Astrid from the other side, and it's good for our Astrid as well. Because the reason why is it means that the whole messing up of the name with Walter and Astrid from our side it's kind of like their thing. It's like it's no longer like a recurring mistake on Walter's part. I think Walter actually knows Astrid's name now, but he just continues to mess up her name because it's become their thing. And
I definitely agree with that.
I think Astrid knows that, and it's become a regular back and forth between them because they've known each other for so long, and it would be weird if they didn't do it anymore.
The thing I thought confirmed that, like, I'm jumping ahead a bit, but I'm not going to talk about like the context of any of this. But at pretty much the very end of the season, Astrid's sitting next to Walter. She gives him some what are they called? Twizzlers, the red
Licorice.
licorice,
Red
those things.
vines.
bread vines. She gives him some of those, and he calls her Astrid, and she's like, "Oh, you got my name right." And he sort of almost gives her a wink and says, "I suppose I did, didn't I?" Something like that. And I'm just like, okay, he knows what he's doing. Like, it's as Charles said, it's their thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. It's just
There's one point where he calls her, I think it's Alex, and she turns to him. She's like, "Alex, really?" It's not.
Yeah,
like,
it's
it's
just-
not
he
even
does-
close. You weren't
he
even
does-
trying this time.
he doesn't have that whole thing with Astrid from the other side, so he doesn't do it with her.
No.
But he does have it with Astrid from our side, so he continues to do it with her. So I don't know. It's just I kind of like that whole like dynamic between them, and so I don't know. It's just it's kind of heartwarming, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. And I thought it was also interesting that even despite having such a short time with Astrid from the other universe, or Professor... Okay, well, let's go with the other thing. Professor Farnsworth from the other universe, that they did, like, they very quickly developed a bond. Not only because they're similar, but just because Astrid, no matter where she's from, just fits with Walter. There's just this connection there, no matter what.
But I do have to say that the other universe Astrid is more. See, you have to understand. Like, look at it from this point. Like, I think as you start to look at certain things, like more of what Walter would like and how he would like things are more about the other universe. Like Astrid is more, he connects more to the other universe Astrid because she is so much more like literal connected to information. She's like a flesh and bone computer pretty much. And she just like, and it's like the way she calculates and she thinks on things, the way she even, speaks and have a conversation. It's, he connects more than that. He definitely likes Astrid. It's definitely not that sort of thing, but it's just that
he definitely likes her, but I don't think that he would like spending time with her 100% of the time. I think he would like her to a point, but eventually I think he would eventually miss the Astrid from his side.
I mean,
Oh, definitely, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
But like they do, like I think they did show like there is like some kind of alternate universe. Did I say Professor Farnsworth? Because
Yes.
I meant Agent Farnsworth.
yes,
But yeah, I love Futurama since I was a kid. What do you want from me?
it's fine. It's fine.
That's what I constantly think of that too when I'm watching Fringe. It's just Farnsworth, eh?
It's fine. It's fine.
But yeah, like
News, everyone.
But without having, like I said, I'm
But
forced to jump. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I do think like they showed that alternate universe Astrid had some similarities to Walter. There was like definitely like some like things I noticed, like just a few different things where it's like she is kind of similar to him in some ways in her like sort of mannerisms and not mannerisms, like just certain little things
Affect.
that they definitely kind of shared. Yeah,
Overall affect.
yeah, there was just certain things that they definitely had a connection on. Whereas Prime Universe Astrid doesn't have that because she's just not that way. Like she has a bond with Walter, but it's different. It's a different kind of bond.
See, what I feel like is that the other universe Astrid. I'm forced to go forward a little bit on this, but it's like they had a conversation where it was like almost, it's like she was the one who actually told him, like, look, like, okay, you feel like you have an issue with him because you feel like this is like not really your son, and that's making you feel bad or whatever and everything like that because that's a son that you did have but that wasn't here. But like, wouldn't it be preferable to treat him as your son and love him and therefore you'd be happy? And it's like no one else has really put that to him in that way. Like, yeah, why couldn't
that
I?
matter of fact kind of just like, hey,
Like,
stupid.
yeah. Like, yeah, why couldn't I just
Yeah.
treat him as my son? I did it before. I tried it before. In fact, you know, like if he well, he don't remember that, of course. Pop, pop, pop. I keep
Mm.
sometimes I forget that I don't remember that that never happened. That when Peter got erased, that never happened. So he didn't pull him back, and he died in the water, according to the way it was set up from before.
Well,
So
I mean, I get what you're trying to say. That it's like in the previous timeline, he had lost his son, and then he went back in. He went to the other side and had taken Peter from the other side, with the original intention to cure Peter, and then leave him there for Walternet, and then just accept the fact that Peter at least was alive in another reality. But circumstances had prevented that, so he stole Peter and decided to raise him as his own. But then the timeline had reset, and Peter was erased from the timeline, and now he's back. And so what you're saying is that now it doesn't make sense that Walter is refusing to accept Peter as his son again, because this is a man that he just doesn't know. Well, I don't know. It's just
but I
from
get it. But I get it.
from Walter's perspective, Peter has been dead this whole time.
Yeah, of course.
This is something that happened 26 years prior. So I would say that Walter has already grieved Peter's death twice over, and this is a man that is literally a stranger to him. It doesn't matter if Peter claims to be Walter's son. Walter has already experienced Peter's death twice over. He's already grieved his son's death twice over. He's moved on.
Okay,
So,
but
like,
but here's the
so
but here's the
this,
thing.
yeah.
But here's the thing that's being said here. But in a situation and in a thing that they're dealing with right in the midst of, that is like a lifetime of strange things that have occurred throughout this time. And this is just another strange thing. Yes, it's an extremely personal strange thing, but this is not the first or even the largest strange thing that's happened throughout this whole entire situation these last couple of years. So, and if you felt like you saw something, you saw in his eyes, you saw and you felt something that made you feel like this is, you know, your son as, you know what I'm saying, as a man, then the question still goes back to, wouldn't it be preferable to treat him as your son and love him so that you would both be happy?
I think it's more of an adjustment period. Like, he might eventually grow to accept him as his son, but it would definitely be an adjustment period.
Sure,
It would have to be.
for sure, but it's just, you know, but like I said, if you feel something and something, like I said, I mean, and again, if that was the first thing that he experienced, and in a long list of fringe events that would happen after that point, I get it. But this is even the not even the second, I mean, the 20th thing that they've dealt with of strange events happening and things like that. And now you're dealing in a world of doubles and sometimes even triples, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes possibly, depending on the timeline fuck up, it's like you got all this other stuff going on. So to think that maybe, and you got these observers that see time in a more flattened situation, you keep hearing about this. It's just like, you know, you already see here's another things. See, these other things where Peter is not involved, certain things still happen. So there's still knowledge of William Bell's consciousness being able to be sort of like implanted into another human being, Olivia Dunham. You know, so like these strange things that they already know were possible, that they were working on a long time ago. So to feel like, okay, maybe what I thought happened maybe didn't happen, and this is my son who actually grew up and became a man in some other timeline. it's not like it's a strange thing that is impossible, because we've said that many times before, and somehow we've gotten to a point where, okay, yeah, maybe it is possible. So it's like, so
I said, like,
I
once you've not only learned about but actually been to an alternate universe, you kind of think your mind's open to pretty much everything, which Walter's mind is. But then I guess part of the whole thing is he thinks it's his torture that he's not allowed to have a son.
yeah, we
He's
definitely
kind
heard
of
that, but I mean, but is he really that far? Is he
he's
really?
taking he's taking that from himself. He doesn't
I get
believe he
that,
deserves.
but on the logical side, do you really feel like he's that indifferent to the possibility of a multiverse?
No, not at all. But I think it's just there's this thing that's just so ingrained in his head that he doesn't like, and as he explicitly states, he doesn't deserve any kind of redemption or anything like that. So I think, like, while he's probably pretty ready to accept on some level, at least, that that is his son initially, he's just like, I can't, like, I'm not allowed, you know?
But okay, and granted, just for anybody else, granted, having this alternate universe from the one that we knew about simply defines in the simplest form a multiverse, because it's more than one. So for anyone else out there, I totally get that. But what I'm saying is that there is let's just say a plentiful or a because how do we go beyond that? Because like I say, even saying that there's one universe beyond this one, there's two universes. That's a multiverse. That defines a multiverse. So how do we go beyond that to say there's more than one? There's more than one installment. Like, okay, I'll say that there's just more than one installment of the multiverse. And it just seems like it seems like there might be a weirdness to that possibility. Like, okay, yeah, there's this other universe, because we've always heard that there's always a twin. You always have the whole doppelganger theory. So that's accepted that it may be an alternate universe to where you have your doppelganger. But are people really that indifferent to the fact of a a span of several multiverses?
A potentially infinite amount.
Potentially, like the one. Do you feel like people are really indifferent to that theory?
Indifferent, indifferent. Like, what do you mean indifferent to the theory?
Like, believing in an alternate universe is one thing, but believing that there are several different universes of several different us's, like, people are just not ready for that.
I think. I mean, look. Do you think they're not ready to be shown evidence of it?
I don't know about that. Well, for some people, of course, it's cognitive dissonance. So, maybe some people aren't ready to be shown evidence. But some people, I think most people are. But I just think that people are indifferent to the possibility that it could be. But evidence may change that. But I think for the most part, people are indifferent. People are not ready to think that there could be several different versions of us.
Well, I mean, I already know that it's possible that the multiverse is real. Because I mean, it's a simple case of the road not taken. That's all
Yeah.
it is. It's a simple
You
case
decided
of
to have coffee today. You decided to buy coffee today instead of making it at home. Or whatever. Like, any decision that you've made
yeah,
might have been made differently elsewhere.
yeah, exactly. It's just a simple case of the road not taken. But no, it's just, and also in the case of the multiverse, it's just, I mean, the one thing that always kind of bugged me, at least in Fringe, when it came to the multiverse, is that they only dealt with two universes. That's it. They only dealt with two.
because
And
because and
and
that kind of brings my theory even back then with a show as forward moving as Fringe, and with a show and to have like and to depict the people that they depicted in William Bell and you know what I'm saying, and in Walter Bishop, you know, it's like even though through all of that they still seem to be very sort of like there was no real discussion on a just a multitude of you know what I'm saying, of universes.
It was very briefly mentioned in this season. Very briefly, where it's just like, well, there's a parallel universe, so maybe, there's a possibility that a third one exists.
Because in
yeah,
this time now, because in this time now with people, when you see a title of an episode, there's more than one of everything. Most people are gonna think like, wow, okay, they're gonna be doing a bunch of different especially when we came off of Dark not that long ago. You know, we
It's
came off of
two
Dark
timelines and an alternate world.
and just a lot of different shit happening with that. So they were exploring so many possibilities, but it's like they were dealing with more of the standard. Like, okay, we accept that the multiverse is when there's more than one of everything. We mean two. There's more than there's just another one. You know, it's just this other one. There's always that thing that we accept. We accept that there's another universe. There's this alternate reality of us. We accept that. We don't accept that there's like 3 to 4 to 5 other versions of us. And they may be different to where one person would buy coffee, to where the other person would make coffee at home, to where the other person would never have coffee at all. They drink primarily tea. There's another person that's not doing any of that. They're out working out. You know, there's another person that's maybe doing fucking coke. You know what I'm saying? After a binge the night before. You know, it's just
It's like
they're not.
once you accept that one of these things exists, don't you almost have to take almost as a fact that there's got to be more?
Because we have such a vast space out there that still really has yet to be really explored like that. And yeah, you just never know. When they talk about light years and things like that, you just you never fucking know. So I'm definitely not close to it. I think some other people would just be kind of scared because then that opens up the possibility to other worlds and other things and other beings and other things like that. So and it's just we want to keep that thing sort of like, I don't know where they want to keep it. They keep it in a weird space, honestly, with these whole sightings and what they believe and what they don't believe and what they look like. Yeah, it's just
Did you see the aliens thing recently? Where aliens have been revealed at some kind of Senate hearing or something. It's fucking ET made of sand.
What? What?
You didn't see this?
No.
Yeah, apparently real alien corpses were revealed at some kind of, I don't know if it was a Senate hearing or something recently. And the pictures I keep seeing, it looks remarkably like ET. Just, looks like it's made of sand as well.
wait. Hold on. E.T. as in the Steven Spielberg movie, as in
Yeah.
E.T. Phone
Yes.
Home.
Yes. As in,
Oh.
ow, Elliot.
Oh my God! No! Ow, idiot! Oh my God! Fucking hell!
Like, I haven't seen that much about it, but anytime I see the picture, I'm just like,
you
that's
can't
fucking
see it
ET.
right. You can't see it right now, but I am totally face palming really hard right now. Oh. I am so
It's a physical, goddammit.
yeah, but it's just like look, I am so happy that Fringe did not deal with aliens. I am so happy.
Yeah, no, they didn't.
Yeah.
Like, and that's one of the things I love about Fringe is they keep it very, like, even as
Grounded.
wild as shit gets, it's, still grounded.
It was still grounded to earth. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta fucking look this up. I have to.
Yeah, just look up, I don't know if it was a Senate hearing, just look up, like, aliens hearing or something like that. I
Alien
don't know.
Senate hearing.
Like I'm sure it'll come up pretty quick.
Here are the 5 most memorable moments from Congress. Like here. Oh no, this was back in July. All right, hold on a second. Oh wait, hold on.
It's
This
from
is
like
two.
this past
This was
week.
2 days ago. It was not. It looks like it wasn't. It wasn't U.S. It was Mexican.
Ah, okay. So it was one of them shithole countries, as Mr. Trump used to say.
I'm
That makes
looking
a
at
lot
it.
of sense.
Alleged remains of non-human mummies presented at a hearing in country's first official event on UFOs.
Have you got an image up?
Uh, I have a video up, but I'm not going to show the video. And also, this is not from a reputable source. This was posted on The Guardian.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure I
Wait,
should.
you mean the Guardian's not trustworthy?
Yeah, oh no.
the the NY Post of fucking Europe or England?
Oh my god, I fucking hate The Guardian. But I'm not even sure I should be on this website. Oh my god. You know what? I'm just gonna leave the website right now. I've been on this site long enough.
Your
But
computer's
no,
already infected.
yeah, I know. I saw the image, but it doesn't technically look like oh whoa. I've never seen my cat jump that high. But but it doesn't technically look like ET, but
Like, you see what I'm saying, though, right?
I know I see what you're saying. It doesn't even look real. It
No.
doesn't. It looks like something that was made in a Hollywood prop shop.
Yeah.
That's what it
Well,
looks like.
maybe, like, again, going back to the sand thing, like, maybe something someone made at the beach when they were bored.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it looks
Like,
like
look, an alien mummy.
it looks like it was crafted out of like clay or something.
Yeah.
Like, does anybody seriously think that they could take this seriously? I mean, come on. It does
Like,
not look real at all. It
no.
doesn't.
If it does turn out to be real, well, I guess fuck us. We're idiots. But
Yeah, but
at this very moment, until I'm seeing proof, that's some stupid shit.
yeah, it does not look real. And then of course there was like a bunch of like I don't know what, but it literally looked like sand underneath it.
Which, like, I'll give them the sand, but the whole thing looked like it was made out of sand.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It did not look real, and it also didn't look like it was anything organic at any point in time. If it was ever alive at one point, it looked like it may have been some kind of suit.
Like, at
Like
best.
at
At
best,
best.
it looked like some kind of environmental suit. That's what it looks like. So if anyone takes this as an actual extraterrestrial corpse, then clearly somebody didn't crack it open to see what's on inside. Yeah, uh, they need to treat it like a Tootsie Roll pop. Just lick it until they get to the end, get to the center. Just do that.
Treat it like Walter Bishop treats pretty much any virus or anything he comes into contact with. Just
Yeah.
give it a lick and see what you think.
Yeah. It's like Walter, you shouldn't lick that. It's like it's okay. It's just raspberry jam.
Yeah, exactly. It could have been something terrible. It's like, yeah.
Or like that time when you put the milk in the refrigerator and then Peter drank it and then started convulsing on the floor.
Had a fucking seizure.
Yeah.
But just the idea of what Walter takes for himself every day, just various concoctions of things that he's made. It's like it's kind of like LSD, but it's
Yeah.
it's
It's
my
just
own
like, I mean,
recipe.
people need to learn that when they go into Walter Bishop's House of Horrors, you do not drink or eat anything inside of his refrigerator because more than likely it's not edible.
Even if it's labeled, even if it says that it's milk, you don't know what his definition of milk in that instance is.
Yeah, exactly. It's like
Like,
Jesus Christ.
just just don't. Just bring your own shit in.
Yeah. There should be like two refrigerators. There should be Walter's refrigerator, and then there should be a refrigerator for everybody else. And
Yeah, I
even
was gonna
then,
say even then,
yeah, even then, it's still not 100% safe.
because you never know what he's up to in the middle of the night. He gets really high on his own homemade drugs, and maybe he mistakes the refrigerator. Maybe he can't read because of whatever he's taken, and he just puts whatever wherever.
Yeah, it's just, oh my god, it's just. And let's not forget the time. I think this actually happened. No, it wasn't. It wasn't in season 4. It was in season 3. But it was. I don't think we ever brought it up. But it was when Olivia was sleeping over with Peter, and she was walking around in the house in Peter's T-shirt, and she just walked around to grab something from the kitchen or something, and then she saw something in the hallway. You can probably guess what it was.
I mean, Walter's just wandering around naked.
Yep. Oh yeah.
And she goes back to Peter, and you're like, he's naked out there, right? And he's like, yeah, that's what Walter
It's like
does.
it's like, oh yeah, it's Tuesday. He cooks breakfast on Tuesday and he's naked.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. She got up early in the morning, and there's Walter just cooking naked. He's like, yeah, that's what he does. Is that safe? He's like, Walter ever worried about being safe?
Yeah, and of course Peter then
You understand
Peter,
who you're asking me about, right?
and then Peter casually says that it's like, oh, you get used to it. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, Lydia, you're gonna get used to it. Oh yeah, this is gonna become your life now.
It's like, just saying, like, this is not something that's going to change.
Yeah.
This is like fringe events. It's something you're just going to have to get used to.
Yeah, and of course she's gonna marry into this family.
Yep.
You know what though? I want to say one poignant episode for me. I might have to duck out again real quick. I'm not sure.
Hold on, guys. I'm getting a phone call.
Oh no, I can't right now. I'm gonna have to
Oh,
turn
no,
the game. I'm
you
gonna have
can't
to turn.
just leave me.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to turn the game down right now and try to respond better because I'm just the weirdness right now. Ugh.
Yeah, to me this sounds fun. I can't hear anything in the background. I can hear you clearly, so.
Great. That comforts me. That comforts me to know that right now that I have a good enough microphone and system set up to where I can make that happen for you and not ruin the show. So
Yeah, like, you're a bit lower, but that's about it.
let me see.
Otherwise,
Let me see if I can help that. Any better at all?
yeah.
Any better?
Now it's like completely clear.
Okay, great. Now what I wanted to say is that one episode that really stood out to me was the one with Stephen Root in it, where he was.
Ah, yes.
It really gave a conflict there because I understand what he was trying to do and everything like that, and you know,
Which the episode was him creating a time bubble to. Well, he created a time machine based on his wife's mathematical equations, which he used to create a time bubble to take him back to the point where, because she had, was it early onset Alzheimer's? So he pretty much completely lost his wife at a certain point. Like, she was at the point where she's not remembering who he is. So he's taking her back to that point to try and finish the equation to perfect the time machine so they could live that, well, normal life together like they were.
I mean, but I gotta say that with him, I mean, it was just basically he really showed a lot of just a lot of range there. And just the heartfeltness of the situation, especially the last
Mm.
moments there. It was really good. It was really good the way the way they brought that element in there. It gave me almost conflict in the situation. I understood what was happening and the damage it was causing and everything like that, but I understand why he brought himself to that. It's and you realize how hard it is. You live your life with someone, and you feel like you're not so much losing. You are losing them because they're losing memory of you. They don't really know you. They're uncomfortable around you after all this time. It just
Yeah,
becomes
they become like a different person.
yeah, and it's just
Like they're not
so
them anymore. They're physically there, but they're not the same at all, which is a theme we've dealt with a lot in this show.
and it's just just a lot, man. Like I said, that guy Stephen Root, you know, dodgeball, and just the different things that this guy has been in, and not even fun fact again, he was in Barry, a show that we recently reviewed, and
He
everything
was
like that.
the Raven.
He yes, he did evolve to the Raven. It just shows
Puked.
you. It shows you the great. It just shows you how somebody could really be. You know, they don't need much. It's like he doesn't need much to really have an effect. He doesn't have to be the lead guy, but he can be that guy that just he gave you something different. Even in dodgeball,
Yeah.
he just gave you that little something different.
Like he's a guy I've only really sort of really taken note of in recent years. Like I think I mean, the first time he really sort of, actually, I'm trying to think because no, it wasn't True Blood because he was in True Blood, but then it was something after that where I'm like, oh, that's the guy from True Blood, and then I started realizing, oh no, wait, that's the guy from Office Space and yeah, Dodgeball and stuff, and yeah, now he's one of those people who's like, I know his name and everything, and like you always notice him in things because he's one of the greatest character actors. He's able to play many very different things.
Yeah, I definitely say that. Man, oh god, yeah, he just has.
He was
Just
fucking yeah, stapler guy in Office Space.
just let's just go here and let's just get out. He was in Get Out. He was in No Country for Old Men. He was in
Really,
War.
that's what I've been wanting to rewatch. I've only seen that the once.
Yeah, he was in No Country for Old Men. He was in Boardwalk Empire.
Yep,
He was a
that I
voice on Ice
remember.
Age. He was in Finding Nemo.
Hmm.
Oh brother, where art thou?
Yeah, I remember because I actually watched that for the first time somewhat recently.
Idiocracy.
Yeah,
King of the Hill.
King of the Hill. I can't say I remember that, but a lot of episodes of that show,
He was
and he could
in
have blended it very well.
he was in Bicentennial Man. Robin Williams.
Haven't seen that one in decades, but I love that movie. Fucking as a kid, that like I don't know if it holds up, but that was fucking heartbreaking. That
Yeah,
fucking
man.
movie.
He was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah,
Oh my god, I almost forgot. He was in News Radio.
never seen News Radio.
Oh my god, you really never saw News Radio? Highly recommend
Not
that.
more, not more than clips. I've seen like various clips on YouTube, but yeah, never actually seen the show properly.
Highly recommended. Highly recommend. The cast, man. Him. Now you know him now. Fucking Phil Hartman. You got fucking Joe Rogan. A fucking
Yeah, Joe
acting Joe
Rogan.
Rogan. Andy
Uh,
Dick.
what's the guy I'm thinking of? Is fucking
Dave
God
Foley.
damn it,
Dave
Dave
Foley.
Foley. Thank you. Yes, Dave Foley, the great Dave Foley.
Yes, it was quite a cast. And and there's the other girl, the other redhead, she was pretty funny in that shit too. And it's like they had quite a cast, man, quite a cast. And he was like
That's a
the
show I've been wanting to check out for years. I wonder if it's easy to get. I'll have to look into that.
yeah, he ran the whole station or whatever. Steven Root's character ran the whole station and shit. So he was like one of those boss guys. He plays. I mean, just imagine him like being playing a boss. I mean, he's zany as you can imagine in his own way. You know what I'm saying? Still demonstrative in his own way as bosses are supposed to be, but he's still just a weird guy in his way. It's just also in The Men Who Stare at Goats.
That was George Clooney.
Yeah,
That was like the military like psychic tests or
yeah,
whatever it was. It was telekinesis tests or whatever the fuck.
absolutely. So yeah, he's definitely done some things.
And I can't think of a single example where he's not good. He's one of those guys who always delivers.
I mean, it's nothing like he was definitely did his thing for a minute, and then he took that shot to the neck. I think in No Country, and that was it. That was it for his character after that point.
That's who he was. Okay.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm sorry. My bad. I thought you knew. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. He was the main guy that was trying to send feelers out for the money and shit like that. And
Yeah.
he was the one that was talking. He was gonna end up talking to Woody Harrelson's character about Anton Chigurh and everything like that before he ends up happening into his office and shoot him in the neck. You know.
I still need to rewatch it though. That like it's one of those movies, much like pretty much any Coen Brothers movie. It once isn't enough,
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's
especially like considering I haven't seen that since it came out. So it's been like 16 years ish.
it's all about the element that you're looking to see in that movie because there's a lot of different elements at play in the movie. They take it from the directions they take it from are like, of course they're going in Javier Bardem's his direction as just this very very mystical because that's where he started from when that weird movie Perdita Durango that he was in with fucking Rosie Perez, where he played this fucking weird ass voodoo like witch doctor type of model. It was crazy, but you know what I'm saying. I'm seeing that guy, and then all of a sudden I'm seeing him in this movie with Tommy Lee Jones and all. I'm like, oh Lord, what the hell is he? What the hell they got him in this movie for? And I'm like, oh, for that, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Now, yeah,
And that's one of those like spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen a fucking 16-year-old movie. But Josh Brolin's character, who was arguably the main character
you could
in a sense.
I mean, you could argue like that's what I'm saying. That's why I say it comes from a couple different perspectives. You could say it was him, or you could say it was Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah, it's like, but yeah, that's one of the, I want to say first and probably only time where you don't see arguably the lead character's death. It's just kind of a drive-by sequence of him lying dead on the floor of a fucking motel room.
Because at the end of the day, you start to realize it was sort of this like a lot throughout the whole movie. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why some people could argue that it may be about Tommy Lee Jones as the real lead character, because what he talks about throughout the movie is feeling like, you know what, I'm feeling like I can't be the effective lawman that I feel like I need to be because there's shit going on out here that's like at another level that I'm just not ready to evolve to at this point.
Yeah.
I don't have it in me to evolve to the level of what the hell's going on out here in this world. And he was talking about, I think, and I think they were kind of showing, the Coen Brothers kind of saying like, look, he's kind of talking about Anton Chigurh. You know what I'm saying? He's kind of talking about guys like Anton Chigurh. And what happens is this little chess match between these two. Like he's always just there either right after he's been there or he's somewhere near where he is or something like that. They always play this thing where it's always this thing where they're just not meeting each other. You know, like these two guys are just not meeting each other, and like they're the ones who really should be meeting, but they're just not fucking meeting each other
Sorry
at
about that,
all.
guys. I'm back.
Oh, oh no, you're
Oh,
good,
good.
man. But that's kind of like what I started to notice after a while, because it's like every time he's noticing that the door, you know what I'm saying, the door handle has been punched out, you know, and everything like that, or the door lock has been punched out. He's everywhere he goes. He's right behind this guy, but he never seems to lock on to him because
Yeah.
because almost everybody who's locked on to this guy has died. So it's like, do we want this guy to die? He's so close to retirement. He's feeling like this certain thing. So it's like they do this thing where it's like he almost, but he never. The guy goes away because his business is concluded eventually, and he never gets to have to deal with Anton Chigurh. And we never get to see, well, would he have taken him out, or would he have died like everybody else? You know, we never get to see that because, you know, maybe, and then because we get the feeling that maybe he just wasn't ready, and we didn't want to see him die, and so that's why that's why we had him around, that's why we had Llewellyn around so that he could die. You know,
Who are you guys talking about now?
we're talking about No
The
Country for
movie,
Old Men.
yeah, which I'm putting at the fucking top of my list right now. I'm really gonna fucking watch that again.
Like, what are you talking about?
We're just talking about the dynamic between who the story was really leading towards. You know, some people could argue that it was more Llewellyn Moss was the main character of the movie, but some people I feel like might argue that it was more of Tommy Lee Jones's character, the sheriff, that was the main character. And I felt like toward the end of the movie, it was more of a chess match between the sheriff and Anton Chigurh in that movie. It was more of just he was always just at the edge of where he was. He was almost there, but I think my takeaways that it ended out that they didn't want a confrontation. They didn't really want the confrontation between Anton Chigurh and Tommy Lee Jones's character. He was so close to retirement. He was so feeling like that he was sort of like overmatched with the sort of like the sort of like depravity and criminality that was going on out there, and it was just like there was just no. They didn't want him to meet up with this guy and possibly meet his end that way with him, you know. So I think they kind of had it done the way it was done. The same action. Someone did have to die. You know, the sort of hero in that situation sort of did have to die, but you can even debate that situation. Was he really a hero? You know, I mean, but, you know, because the deal that he was given, he didn't take, Llewellyn Moss, and that was, you know, a regrettable thing, I think.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking we might have to do that at some point.
Yeah.
What movie is this?
Oh, No Country for Old Men.
Oh, okay. Is that movie that had what's his name? Javier Bardem?
Yes.
Javier Bardem, Josh Brolin, Tommy Lee Jones, and
Stephen Root. A very
Stephen. Yes, that's how we got to that.
Yeah, he's the guy that Javier Bardem is the guy that had the weird haircut and the very strange shotgun.
And the was it not a cattle prod? It was the thing they used to kill cows.
compression gun.
Yeah, just give it to them right in the forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his shotgun, as you would say, it just had a silencer on it, Charles.
Oh, right. Okay, I didn't realize you could put a silencer or a suppressor on a shotgun.
Yeah. It was more like, you know, yeah. I mean, yeah, because it was pretty vicious. So yeah, you could, for lack of a better word, it definitely wasn't a rifle. You know, you could call it more of a shotgun. Yeah. So yeah, you could definitely you got some slick people out here who can do some real slick modifications on weapons. So yeah, because trust me, I think when
But I mean,
I go back.
I wouldn't mind watching that movie. I mean, wasn't that movie directed by the
Very
same
good
guy?
movie.
Wasn't that movie directed by the same guy that did Sicario?
No, it was the Coen brothers.
The Coen
Yeah.
brothers. Okay.
Yeah, and if you need, because I'm always willing, because I just love, I love fun facts. So let me just see what we can do here.
I have a website that I can go to that lets me know what services that movie is available on. No Country for Old Men. Just watch. Okay.
Watched a,
There we go.
a couple of Coen brothers semi recently. I rewatched Fargo, watched
Right.
Hail
Okay.
Caesar for the first time, watched Our Brother Where Art Thou for the first time.
I can watch No Country for Old Men on Prime Video and Paramount Plus. That's where I can watch it.
Nice.
And I have
Oh.
access to both streaming services, so I can watch it on either one.
And so this gonna give you a backdrop on the Coen Brothers, just in case Charles or anybody else. Raising Arizona was one of their great ones. You know,
Big
definitely
Lebowski.
Miller's Crossing.
You
Obviously.
guys are gonna hate me for this, but I have never watched The Big Lebowski.
Wow.
Oh well, never watched is fine. If you just told me you hated it, I would have been like, "Meh."
I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I hate
I
it.
mean,
I've never seen it.
even if you said you hated it, I wouldn't have been upset because Coen Brothers movies are very much like it seems like you either kind of love a movie or hate. Much like Tarantino movies, really, you either kind of love it or you hate it.
Well, no,
There's very rarely in between.
I've seen quite a few Tarantino films. I've seen Inglourious Bastards. I've seen both Kill Bill movies, but I've only seen both Kill Bill movies once. I've only seen them both once each. I've seen what else have I seen? I've seen Django Unchained multiple times, and I love that movie. Django Unchained is man.
Yeah, I watched that again recently after I watched Hateful Eight for the first time.
Yeah, I've never seen Hateful Eight, but I want to. I want to see Hateful Eight. But the thing
can't
about
recommend
Hateful
that
Eight
enough.
is that I've heard mixed things about that movie.
If you
Fuck
don't
those
like,
mixed things. It's amazing.
if you
Yeah.
don't like, if you're kind of adverse to homosexual intimacy based on hate, yeah, you might be a little uncomfortable with that movie.
I've never seen Pulp Fiction.
No. Well, okay. Well, yeah, that's
But the thing about
that's
Pulp
another
Fiction,
one.
but the thing about Pulp Fiction is that I've seen clips of the movie. I've seen the diner scene.
Okay.
I've seen the guy get his head blown out in the back of a car. I've seen that scene.
That's one of the greatest scenes ever put to fucking film.
I've seen the fucking good milkshake scene. I've seen that scene.
Okay.
I have seen the Gimp scene. I've seen that.
Okay.
I've seen that.
But hold on, now real quick. But Damian seems confused about the Hateful Eight.
Yeah.
He seems
Yeah,
confused about
what's this
that hateful homosexual intimacy.
Yeah, what?
Samuel L. Jackson and Old Boy's son. You don't remember that?
Trying to remember it, and
He made that racist colonel or general's son suck him off for warmth,
oh, okay.
and then didn't give it to him.
That was cruel but funny. That's
But
it's how they like
but it was-
watching
but it was
queers
homo-
folk.
But it was
Wait.
homosexual. But it was homosexual intimacy based on hate.
Oh, and there is two other scenes in Pulp Fiction that I've seen. I've seen Say What Again. I dare you. I've seen do they speak English and
Everybody's
what?
seen that.
Like, yeah, I've seen that scene, but I think everybody's seen that scene. And then there is one other scene that I've seen, but I refuse to repeat it because it involves a word that I will not say. It's
Royale with cheese.
Dead something storage.
Yeah, dead African American storage.
Yeah, I figured that's what you.
Yeah, I've seen that scene too. Yeah.
So between those scenes, you probably still got about 2 hours left of the movie.
Yeah. It's just like no. I just even just saying the censored version of that scene makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, because everybody knows what you mean.
Yeah.
Everybody knows. Movies, movies. Not. It's almost as old as I am, so it's. Yeah, like yeah, without ruining what the scene's about in the Hateful Eight, the hateful homosexual scene that Stone was talking about is Samuel L. Jackson's character really just fucking with this guy, and it's brilliant. Like that whole movie is to a point. It's almost more of a play than a movie to a point. Like it's like it's largely dialogue, but goddamn, stop
um,
thinking about storage, you racist. Not that funny.
I'm sorry. It's just I'm sorry. Oh man, I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell. I'm so going to hell.
Listen, audience, I disavow the what the Boom City Boys think are funny.
I'm never living that down, am I?
Probably not.
No. But no, it's just and another Quentin Tarantino movie that I've never seen is Reservoir Dogs.
Okay,
Yeah, I've never seen that one. Although
that, that's a nice quick watch. That's like I
I
want to say
did
it's about 90 minutes.
I did see the scene where the guy was dancing to that song and he was torturing the guy and he like cut off the guy's ear.
Ah, man, was
I
stuck in the
did
middle of your sequence.
yeah, I did see that scene, but everything else of the movie I'm completely oblivious to. And then
Okay,
I've never seen and I have no desire to see Jackie Brown.
Jackie Brown is one I really enjoyed at the time. I've only seen it the once though. I would actually love to get back to that one.
Yeah, but
It's
the thing is that I've had no desire to watch that. I don't want to see
not
it.
even like see Samuel L. Jackson with his like braided fucking I don't even know what you call that.
I
It's
don't know. It's just I mean
not a goatee, it's like a braided
no
it's like a
no
goatee that turns into a braid.
yeah, but no
I don't know what you
disrespect
call that.
no disrespect to Pam Grier. It's just I've never been a fan of hers. I've just never been a fan of her. I'm just not a fan of her work. I'm not saying that she's not talented. I've just never gravitated towards her movies.
See folks, here again, we're dealing with that Boom City Boys racism.
Oh my god.
It's a shame, but it is what it is. It's inescapable. It's been going for a decade now.
I didn't even like her in that movie Bones with Snoop Dogg, but then again that movie was bad all around.
Yeah, I've never seen that one. It's one I remember seeing at the video store when I was a young boy. We used to rent things on VHS and
Let me
DVD.
just say I've seen that movie a few times. I think I saw it like maybe 3 or 4 times just because I was a
Hmm.
kid and I didn't know any better, but and I thought, "Ooh, Snoop Dogg is acting. This will be cool." And I tried to watch it like 3 or 4 times trying to find the diamond in the rough and rough. And
Rough, rough.
but but I mean, I don't know, it's just like in hindsight I thought the movie was just terrible. Like the story didn't make any sense and I mean Snoop Dogg did the best that he could, but he's just not an actor. He just
Not
isn't.
really, no.
No, he's not an actor. He just needs to stick with what he's good at, which is music. He just needs to stick to that and I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, the story didn't make any sense, and then everybody else in the movie just wasn't that good. And there was a lot of one-liners that they tried to put into the movie. Like there was a character in the movie, I can't remember his name, but he he said something in the movie where somebody like they went to like this fast food restaurant and they were getting some fried chicken and they were going to offer this guy fried chicken, and he said the gangster don't like doesn't love fried chicken. And then later on in the movie, the guy got killed by this like demon dog. And then when his friends found him being devoured by this demon dog, the demon dog like copied the guy's face, and he said, "Gangster love don't love fried chicken," and then started chasing after everybody. And I don't know, it's just like it was very corny and it was very cheesy and it was just stupid.
Now I
The whole
kind of want to watch it just as a like a what the fuck experience.
Yeah, it was a very weird movie, and it was just a strange movie all around. And Pam Grier was in the movie, and she was a love interest for Snoop Dogg's character.
Hmm.
And yeah, it was a strange movie. And the name of the movie was called Bones. And Snoop Dogg played a character by the name of Jimmy Bones, and he was like an old timey like drug kingpin that got killed by a rival gangster, and he basically came back as a vengeful ghost that was haunting this house that got turned into a nightclub or something, and he was killing everybody in the nightclub. And
Sounds
yeah,
like just a mishmash of things that just amount
it,
to shit.
it was a very strange movie. It was very strange.
A lot of the Snoop Dogg fucking DVDs I remember from when I was younger were things I couldn't rent because I'm fairly sure there was softcore porn with Snoop Dogg's name on it. I'm guessing he probably wasn't performing in them, but there was a lot of just like Snoop Dogg presents, something, and you look at the back and you're like, oh, okay. No way.
Oh, here we go.
No way I can rent this.
Let's see. I'm looking at it, and let's see. It came out in 2001. The movie starred. Let's see.
You ever seen Bones, Mrs. Stone?
I found out the reason
Yeah.
why I watched this movie.
I have.
There is a reason why I did watch this movie. Oh, God damn it.
Like I said, I knew when we were talking about Snoop Dogg, I knew he hadn't gotten back to Fringe just yet.
It was because Catherine Isabel was in the movie.
Catherine Isabel. Where do I know that name from?
She was in Hannibal. She played Margot Verger.
Okay.
Yeah, and she was
One
also
who gave her ovaries for the pig barber.
Yeah, here we go. But no, she
I'm
was
sorry. I had to. Don't you give me that look, Mr. Stone. I had to. It's
Yeah.
been a while.
But no. As I
Don't
said
make me
before,
sing stained now.
no.
I'll do it.
As I said before, Catherine Isabel was my first celebrity crush. So of course I watched the movie because Catherine Isabel was in the movie.
Oh my God.
I'd like
Yeah.
to give her a pig barber. Oh.
There's that look again, Stone.
When you're trying to deny that you want to give her a pig barber.
Oh my God.
Mason Verger, bro. Mason Verger.
I'm noticing your lack of saying no, so I'm guessing yes.
Mason Verger is the bane of my existence now.
He's not even a part of our existence anymore because we haven't discussed Hannibal for like 2 shows.
Yet he lives on. Yet he lives on.
God bless him, or curse him, whatever.
Oh my God. Every time I hear you saying it, man, I can't tell you.
Pig barber.
We're going into a vortex now.
Keep it in the family. Yeah, pig barber. Throw it into a vortex. Might become multiple pig barbers. Have a litter of pig barbers, or whatever you call it, a bunch of pigs.
The soundbite Borg. Okay, here we go.
Oh my god, I can't.
I'll stop. I'm sorry.
Oh god. Oh, my fucking sides. Uh,
So, what do we think about what do we think about the return of Jones?
um, that entire like return of Jones, I'm not really the biggest fan of it. Um, I actually preferred Jones when he was in season one. I did. It's just this version of Jones felt strange. It's just, I mean, I
Okay.
understand it's a different version of Jones, and he is more menacing this time around. And yeah, he was menacing in season one, but it it felt better. Like it felt. I can't think of any other word to describe it. I really can't.
I,
It's
it could
just
be because he was the driving force behind what he was doing in that season.
yeah, he was the driving force behind it. And in season one, Jones, his whole motivation was to get revenge against William Bell. Like he wasn't working with William Bell, he was looking to kill William Bell. But in this season, he wasn't looking to kill William Bell. He was working with William Bell. And
He was
William
a
Bell,
tool.
he was a tool. He was a pawn. I mean, like we find out later on, he
Hmm.
was the bishop to be sacrificed. And it's just, I mean, I didn't like that. I mean, I would actually have to say, and I'm probably going to get some criticism for saying this, I think season four was the weakest of the seasons. I'd probably say that. I'd say season four was the weakest season.
I mean, I think I kind of agree,
Yeah.
but it was also a great season, which kind of
No,
is
no.
just a testament to how good this show is.
Oh yeah, no.
Like,
Season
even its
four was
weakest
still a good.
season is better than so much other, like so many other things.
No, no,
But
no.
I
I
think
agree.
I could agree to that though.
Yeah, no, I agree. Season four is still a good season, but compared to all the other good seasons this show has, it is definitely still the weakest of all the other seasons that this show has.
I, in some ways, this season, because of the nature of things, it was almost kind of, initially at least, a reboot of the show.
Yeah, that's another reason why I didn't like it.
Because it's sort of like, yeah, we're not taking things quite back to square one, but a little bit. Just because, like, you've still, and that's one of the sort of main issues I'll take with this season is we had Peter erased at the end of season three. And then this season it's kind of confusing as to what differences that actually makes. And in some cases, I'm kind of like, well, how is that? Like, how is certain things possible without him ever being, without him being in the timeline?
Well, they never fully explain like what the differences are. They don't. All
Not
we
that, like,
really
there's certain things that are kind of mentioned somewhat casually, like certain differences and stuff like that. But yeah, there's never really an explanation as to why certain things are still as they are without him ever being like, with him being supposedly dead for 25 years.
mm,
And it gets a little confusing sometimes.
yeah, it gets confusing, and that just attributes to this season being the weakest. Now, of
Mm.
course, there are a lot of moments in this season that I like. But I mean, like for example, the episode where Peter comes back, that is also the episode that has a certain guest star that we might all recognize.
That was episode 4, I want to say.
Yeah, I think episode
Um,
4 or 5.
and oh fuck, who was the guest star?
Chadwick Boseman.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, because both Walter and Olivia had been haunted in different ways by this well, as we learn, is a remnant of Peter, but Walter is haunted in the way that it's a reflection of Peter in just any reflective surface and voices that seem to just come to him at certain moments. Olivia had dreams,
Hmm.
but I want to say it was episode 4, but whatever it was, the episode with Chadwick Boseman where this sort of ethereal kind of electricity seems to be trying to push its way through, or whatever it's trying to do. It's kind of unclear at first. And then we think it's Chadwick Boseman's character, who is another Cortexipam, what do you call it, subject, who was experimented on as a child.
Hmm.
And we go through most of the episode thinking it was him, thinking he's doing this, trying to connect to Olivia somehow through this thing that when was the first time we see it? It's when she wakes up, right? She wakes up and sees this thing,
Yes.
and it's like all the metal. It's collecting all these metal kind of things,
Hmm.
like a magnet into this circle or whatever, and it tries to touch her and stuff. And so that's how we get to Chadwick Boseman. And I'm doing a terrible job of this. If anyone hasn't noticed,
You're doing
I'm
fine.
scum. But so we get to Chadwick Boseman's character, who is a Cortexipam child, much like Olivia, who had the power of magnetism and is still dealing with an uncontrollable ability to magnetize any nearby metal. And so we think it's him the whole time. And we get to the end of the episode, and he's seemingly dispelling this ethereal electric mass. And then Olivia sort of sees the shape of Peter in the mass and tells him to stop, fires a gun into the air and stops everything.
Hmm.
And they think they've kind of canceled it out. And then get to the end of the episode, and Peter appears in a lake.
Yes, that is true. And it's not just any lake. He shows up in the middle of Raiden Lake,
Raiden Lake.
which is a common appearance in the show.
It's the sort of the main constant soft spot between universes that we know about.
Yeah, which apparently in this new timeline, uh, Walter barely remembers it, and Olivia has no memory of it at all.
No, but this is the spot where Walter crossed over to uh, save alternate universe Peter.
Hmm.
This
Or
universe is Peter, but
even though he's not here to laugh about this, but as Stone would like to call him, Repeater.
Repeater. You hear that, Stone?
Yeah, you hear
Repeater,
that,
you
Stone?
son of a bitch. They're both our brains now. You see what you've done?
Yeah, you
Complain
monster.
about Prick Barber. But Repeater is stuck in both our heads.
Yeah, exactly. Jesus Christ.
But anyway, yeah, so and it's the spot where alternate universe Peter in this timeline died because
Yes.
Walter went over to save him. As in the original timeline, Nina Sharp tried to stop him.
And that's
Which-
how her arm got all messed up.
Yeah, led to because when the what do you call it, the let's just call it when the gateway.
Mhm.
Let's call it a gateway. When the gateway between universe closed and her arm was still in there while she was trying to grab Walter back, severed her arm off. But it also led to Walter stumbling, and the vial with the cure for alternate universe Peter smashed and broke, which then led to him having to bring alternate universe Peter back to save him. Which, in the original timeline, he brought him back and did actually cure him and save him from whatever illness he had. I can't remember what he actually. Did they ever specify what the disease was that was killing him?
No, they didn't. But all we know
Didn't
is
think
that
so.
the disease was genetic.
Yeah. some kind of awful thing that was killing this child. So
We
in the
don't we
original
don't know
timeline, sorry,
we
you go.
don't know specifically what it was. We just know it was genetic and that
Yeah,
it was attacking his immune system, I think.
yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
So yeah, in the original timeline, Walter brings him back, cures him. He
Well, no,
lives.
in the original timeline, they come through the gateway, but due to the power of the gateway, it softened the surface or melted the surface of the ice on
Yeah,
the
it,
lake, and they crashed through and fell into the lake. But September was there and jumped in and saved both of them. But
yeah, September the Observer.
in the new timeline, the same thing happened. They crashed through and fell into the lake, but September did not jump in and save them. So the
No,
only one that was able to get out was Walter, and Peter had drowned.
and then yeah, okay. So where was I going with all that? I'm
Yeah,
lost, Charles.
you're lost, Charles. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where you were going either, but I think we were talking about the differences in the new timeline. I think is what we were talking about.
Yes. So in the original timeline, Peter is basically once the Fringe events start, he's uh, the
Well,
catalyst for a lot of things. Like
he,
he's
he's
extremely important in every pretty much every aspect.
he starts out as a babysitter for Walter, but then he starts to be more useful because he uses his skills that he has because he is an MIT dropout and he kind of lied his way into MIT. And
Hmm.
if you can lie your way into MIT, you're already pretty fucking smart.
Yeah.
So, so yeah, it's just like he has skills that are useful to Fringe Division. And so, I mean, like, even though, so he was no longer a babysitter, like, he could use his skills to help out Fringe Division. So he was basically like a tech specialist, a science specialist. So he could help them out on the day to day. And he also ended up becoming the boyfriend of Olivia Dunham, which, I mean, that right there, I was like, is that okay? Because I mean, technically, he's not an FBI agent. He's a consultant. So I don't really know. I
So
don't
you're
really
saying
know.
she meteored him?
No, no,
She
that's
used her power, and
that I don't really know. Like, I don't really know what the regulations are for fraternization between consultant and FBI agent is, but
mm,
I guess they could get away with it. But I mean,
I'm not sure because we start the show with her and uh, what was his name? Her partner, John,
John Scott.
John Scott,
Yeah,
which they were keeping their whole relationship private because of the how the FBI feels about such things.
yeah. And the thing is
So
that
yeah, you wonder would it be better or worse that
well,
Peter's not
the thing is that
officially.
he is not an FBI agent. So
So you would
it
think
I
it'd
think
be a little more lenient.
they might
I
be
think.
more lenient between with their relationship, but with Olivia Dunham and John Scott, their relationship would definitely not be allowed. It wouldn't be
No, because they were doing that whole like
because
secret thing in hotels.
well, the thing is that their relationship would absolutely have to be they would one of them would have to resign their commission to the FBI or they would have to end the relationship. They would have to. By regulations in the FBI, one of them would either have to leave the FBI or they would have to end the relationship right then and there. Or at the very least they would have to report it to HR.
Yeah, which who wants to deal with HR? I mean,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
Yeah, her and Peter. I think. Yeah, I want to lean towards it be more acceptable
It
because it
might
is
be.
a
I don't really
looser
know.
affiliation.
Then again, I mean, Agent Broyles, their commanding officer, was even aware of the relationship, and he was fine with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, like, I'm not sure. But either way, he became her boyfriend, and then things happened, and Peter was erased. So
Yep.
this time he came back, and then there was that whole while Peter was becoming or transitioning back into the timeline, Olivia was the only one actually getting memories back about him being in that timeline because of the between the Catexafam that and her just extreme empathy. I think she was able to regain those memories and become who she previously was, which
So
was
you
another issue that
so
was raised like for a long time, where Prime Universe Lincoln Lee was constantly just like, and even Walter was just like, "What you're doing is wrong." They thought he was doing something to her, but then we find out, no, this is his timeline. Just because of who Olivia is, she's the only one who's actually able to sort of course correct and get back to where she should be.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like I mean, Lincoln Lee and Walter telling Peter what he was doing was wrong. I don't think what Peter was doing, like he was doing anything to her. I don't think he
No,
was.
that's the thing, which they thought he was. Like they
Yeah, but
thought
he
it
was.
was like, this
And
is what you're doing, not what
we got,
her brain
we
is
got
doing.
we got proof that he wasn't doing anything to her because she was starting to remember things that Peter couldn't have known.
Yeah, couldn't
Like
possibly have ever known unless she told
exactly.
him, which obviously she didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Like for example, when she had told him the specific types of explosives that were used, what at the explosion that had injured John Scott, they found out what explosives were used, and Olivia never told Peter that initially. So Peter couldn't have known what those explosives were until at the moment where Olivia had told him.
And
So
then even still, he was trying to be a good guy. Like even with that information, he was still just trying to be like, you know what? I'm still gonna back off. It's like I don't want to, I don't want to be a problem. Even though I think on some level he had to know that like this is correct. I think that's the point. He knew like this is my Olivia. This is my timeline. But maybe it's
yeah,
still just like this is some weird shit, and I'm just gonna I'm just gonna back off a little bit.
yeah.
But
And
as
you know
the
what? I
audience,
mean,
I think that confirmed to us what we only find out quite a bit later. I think it was.
yeah, we find out quite a bit later. And to be honest, I think that was good on Peter to be able to take the high road and just like take a step back and avoid things, even though subconsciously we were like, "No, this is your Olivia. Go be with her." I mean, just tell her how you really feel. Like in the what is it? What where was that song from the old Disney movie? It's like "Kiss the Girl" or something. What was the name of that? I can't remember the
Um,
name. What was the name of that movie? Was it The Little Mermaid? Kiss the Girl or something? I mean,
I think so. I know what you mean.
yeah. I can picture the song.
I'm blanking.
Yeah,
I think he's right, but I don't want to say for sure.
yeah. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's just you guys
No.
know what I'm talking about. But it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, Peter should just run up and just kiss her. And to be honest, like lo and behold, that's what happens. Like they're walking on the street, they see each other, they lock eyes, and music starts playing, and they run up to each other, they embrace, and they kiss. The only thing that was missing was fireworks and confetti just shooting everywhere. Yeah.
I would
And
still.
if it was pretty much any other network show, that probably would have happened.
Yeah, I'm not surprised it wasn't like if this had happened on Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I'm sure it would have happened.
Sorry, Stan, what were you going to say?
Oh no. Actually, I was just really gonna say that it was more. I mean, again, it's just understanding that feeling like it's still the weirdness of the whole switch up that happened, and then even beyond that, it's still feeling like that if nobody else was even starting to remember anything, that so that maybe it was wrong. That it wasn't that he was convinced by anybody, but just seeing like, okay, nobody else is feeling that way, and maybe what I'm saying, maybe what's happening is not happening for the right reasons and things like that. So sometimes you got to be told by somebody, but said by somebody that that's what this really is. But he really just it's really hard to believe that when, like I said, when everybody else just really doesn't, even the person who's supposed to know you, really supposed to know you, doesn't even acknowledge anything about it. So it's just like, yeah, maybe it's not happening for the right reasons, and I should pull back. And it was just at that moment you would almost think that it was going to happen, before, or it was going to happen after. They had a chance to really meet up and really make things right. That he would leave before they had a chance to go down like that. But they love the little twists every now and again.
Yeah.
They do. And I know I've asked this before, but Stone, you've seen the 5th season, right? Like, I won't be spoiling anything if I mention something.
I don't remember every single thing about it, but I'm not really
Neither do
sure.
I. But do you remember like the vague sort of
Yeah.
like how there's a jump?
There's an episode in season 4 which which is basically sort of like like a hint into the events of season 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, just what I was going to say is, I'm fairly sure I read something years ago where I think the writers had, I want to say it was 7 to 8 seasons worth of stuff planned. So as we know now, we only got 5. So do you think if we had gotten 6 and 7, that like they would have gone more into that, like people starting to remember Peter and stuff like that? Or because as we know, like season 5 has a massive time jump. It's like a decade or more even.
Well, I mean, I know you directed that question at Stone, but
I think both. I think both really. But
Yeah, it was everybody really.
well, I mean, I always
thinking.
thought. I mean, if I may answer the question,
Please, I'm still thinking.
I think the only reason why Olivia was even able to remember is because of the Cortexiphan. So Walter not being able to remember, or anyone else not being able to remember, is because they didn't have the Cortexiphan in their system.
Yeah, I definitely think that was because it was being, not only was it in her system, but it was being ramped up for a purpose.
Yeah.
It was being,
and I think they even explained that. I think that's why. I think they even explained that. That's how she was able to remember, is because of the Cortexiphan.
Yeah, I can't remember if they actually like confirmed it or if it was just like a speculation, but it was definitely mentioned at the very least.
Yeah, but
I
don't know. It's just, I mean, if they did that, if they did the full, let's just say for the sake of argument, full 8 seasons, in each season they focused on some character remembering Peter, whether like one season it would be Walter, another season it would be Astrid, another season it would be Broyles. I mean, I don't know. I think if they did it that way, it would get old.
Yeah, no, that wasn't actually what I meant. I probably phrased it poorly. What I was thinking, like had next season just continued straight on from where we're at the end of this season, Would you say like the first half or whatever of the next season might have been, people remembering Peter in like, would they have figured that out, or do you think they would have just sort of continued on as they were? I feel like the final season is probably what it was all going to be.
Mhm.
It probably wasn't planned to be so short, but I think they would have gone that way
Well, I mean,
regardless anyway.
from what I understand from previous like types of media that deal with timeline resets, when a timeline reset happens, it's very rare when someone is able to remember previous timelines without external help. It's very,
Okay.
very rare.
So you're thinking like they probably would have just continued on with just Olivia completely
Yeah,
understanding who Peter was,
yeah,
and they would have just
yeah.
continued developing Peter's
Yeah,
relationship with timeline people.
another example of a timeline reset happening is in the TV show The Flash on the CW. There was a character named Cisco Ramon
Mm.
who had experienced a timeline reset where in the previous timeline his character had gotten killed by the villain, and then the timeline reset, and so in the new timeline he was alive, and due to his superpower which dealt with dimensional vibrations, he was able to remember the previous timeline, and he was able to experience his own death in the previous timeline. And he was able to use those memories to explain to his friends who were the superheroes of the show, like the
Mm.
Flash and everybody, and help them find the bad guy who had reset the timeline. And that was the only, and he was the only one that remembered the previous timeline because of his superpower. And that he
Okay.
was the only one that ever remembered it. So my whole point of bringing this up is that when it comes to timeline resets, is in my knowledge of it, the only way to be able to remember previous timelines is with outside help, with third party help. Like
Okay.
people who don't have access to any type of external help, you're not going to have any knowledge of it. You won't. So
Okay.
like people like Astrid, people like Walter, they won't remember it. Not even
See,
Broyles will remember. They'll
because
have they'll have no knowledge.
I was kind of thinking like, I was kind of thinking that myself, that they probably would have just stuck with Olivia being the one who remembered, because they once she started to remember, they almost started establishing that relationship, but then at the same time they were building that relationship between Peter and the others,
Mhm.
like sort of building it anew. So
I
I
was just
think they probably would have just continued on that way, but I'm gonna have to do it. Like I'm gonna have to do a bit of research to see if like they've actually put out there what they were planning on doing had they been given the time. But probably not, because most times they don't. But it might
I
be out there.
I really still find myself thinking that maybe the machine still would have helped to to bring to bring things back overall. I still think that theory would have worked.
What do you think? Like Peter gets back in the machine and uses it to correct things in a different way that he to what he did before.
Not so much taking away the bridge, but just correcting his place in it.
Mm. Which that's another thing about the end of the season. I was sad to see the alternate universe. I was sad to see the bridge close.
Oh yeah, I was sad about that as well, because I had actually grown to like those characters.
Yeah, and I think it was even Walter is just like I'm gonna miss them or something like that. It's like, yeah, me too. I was kind of
Yeah.
getting used to that whole like just switching it up, just going, but like at any given moment, just switch between universes, swap, like
But I think the
collaborating on cases and stuff like that. And I I wonder how much like notice they were given about like the fifth season being the final.
Yeah, and remember when they closed the bridge, that also meant that the alternate reality was also going to stop healing.
Yeah, that's another thing. So I'm
Yeah.
wondering, like, I feel like they probably weren't given that much notice that the fifth season was going to be the final. I feel like when they ended four, they probably didn't know.
Yeah. But oh, okay. Nighthawk answered my question. The whole "Kiss the Girl" song thing that comes from
Aladdin.
Aladdin. It comes from
Okay.
Aladdin, not Little Mermaid. Okay. All right. All right. So we answered that question from like 10 minutes ago.
But
I kid. But
but I would definitely say that
Doing
that
kissing the girl.
that with the
Sorry.
accidental shooting of Lincoln Lee, I think that kind of started to maybe spell the end of the whole parody between the universes, a little bit. Just with that whole thing happening because it just seems so out of nowhere. Like even though okay, the transport, but it's like in that midst of that, somebody instead of the other guy getting killed and it going the way that goes, it's just like, oh, he doesn't get killed and the other guy gets accidentally hit in the situation and he goes down. So it was kind of like this thing, the way they were trying to sort of like do this whole cross keeping to it, but I think it just, I don't know. I think it might have spelled a little bit of. I think it might have spelled a little bit more of the end towards that a little bit,
Okay. Yeah, I
in
could
my
see what you
opinion.
mean with that. Hmm.
Yeah, because you already because it wasn't so much because it wasn't that so much with because it was weird because it was like because you guys think about it like when they were really at when they were really at the heat of the war though
Hmm.
like she like the other Olivia switched out she transported out and then all of a sudden it was like a cut up Broyles in her place. But then all of a sudden, here we are back again. There's another alternate universe Broyles that's in bed with, Robert David Jones, or there's gonna be
okay,
David Robert Jones.
can I bring something else up about that? Okay,
Please,
so what I understand about what was it? Crap. Where do I remember this from? I have a point to this. I'm trying to remember where I remember it from. Um,
You can
it's
do
like
it, baby. Yeah.
you can do it, baby. Yeah. Ooh. But
Stared at that fucking picture for the last fucking 4 hours.
yeah, yeah, baby. Yeah. God, I love Austin Powers. I love those movies. I'm gonna watch them again soon because I love them so much. They're so good.
What's he say when he drinks the shit? It's a bit salty or something.
It's a bit nutty.
Bit nutty. Thank you. Continue. I apologize.
But no, it's just where my point comes from is that apparently, oh no, this also comes from the Flash. It's where the timeline resets. The timeline resets in one reality, but it doesn't reset in the alternate reality because timelines are isolated or are isolated or confined to individual realities. They are not spread out to all realities. So, like for example, let's just say that in our reality, our timeline could be reset, but in let's say a reality parallel to our own, the timeline in that reality would
It's
not
going
be
to be what
affected.
it was. Yeah.
Would not be affected. So what I didn't understand about what was going on in Fringe is that the timeline being reset in the in the prime reality also affected the timeline in the alternate reality, and that did not make sense to me because alternate realities should have their own separate timelines. They should, but yet they
Should.
didn't. They didn't. They were all confined to the same timeline. And that just didn't make sense to me.
Though I guess when you're dealing with two like this, where their timelines do kind of they they converge at certain points, it makes it all that much more confusing.
Yeah, it was
Like
very confusing.
I, I,
First,
I think about like sitting down as a writer for this kind of show, and it's just like it had to have been tough. Like no matter
I
how
can
much you plan out things, once you get into this kind of stuff, it's
I would
really
I would have to assume that the only way the writers of Fringe that could get through each day of work, they had to be on something, and it had to be something stronger than LSD.
it was
I'm
brown
thinking meth.
Betty that I made
I,
when I was
I'm
baking
thinking
some lemon
meth.
cake.
They had to be on something like meth. They had to be. I mean,
I don't know about meth.
all right, fine. Maybe not meth. All right, fine. They had like a bowl in the center of their table. They had a bowl in the center of their table, and it was filled with sugar cubes. And they're like, here's some sugar cubes. You can have as many as you want. Don't
Wait,
worry
so the
about what's
writer's room is a bunch of horses?
don't worry about what's in the sugar cubes. Just have as many sugar cubes as you want. And if you need more, don't hesitate to ask.
It's LSD, but I made it myself. I was a bit tired one day. I had to make it.
Oh my
Here.
god! Like forget my comment about the math. Let's stick with the LSD. Just like god damn it.
'Cause if it's anything, I mean, no, I think if you were really stoned, this would have been much more of a mess. So it's got to be something like LSD.
Yeah, it has to be. They saw unicorns. They saw fairies. They saw pink elephants with tiny wings. They saw, um, I don't know, a giraffe that's wearing a tuxedo and a cane. Um, I'm trying to think of outlandish things that people would see while hyped up on LSD. Even though
Except that,
I've never actually seen hallucinations while on LSD because I've never actually taken LSD.
no, you know,
I mean, I don't know. Maybe somebody would see a giant spider skating on roller skates. I mean, I don't know. Although that would be kind of cool. Yeah, just like seeing a spider rolling on roller skates while sipping on a slushy of brains.
that wouldn't be cool. That would make me run into traffic. Get away from that fucking thing.
I don't know. It's just, I mean, that kind of reminds me of that scene from Harry Potter where they're doing the whole scene in the like the class of the dark arts where they're teaching them the ridiculous like spell, and like he sees the giant spider and then he does the ridiculous spell, and then the spider's on the roller skates and it's trying to keep its balance. I mean, yeah,
At least the spell lives up to the name.
yeah.
I'm still running into traffic though. Fuck that. Oh yeah, it's a spider on roller skates. It's got fucking armbands. I don't give a shit. Fuck that. It's still a fucking spider.
Why
Get
are
out of
you
here.
why are you afraid of spiders? You live in Australia, which has common house spiders
I've
that are.
I've got more reason, if anything, to be afraid of spiders.
You have common house spiders that are bigger than your fist.
And that's not terrifying?
You should be used to it by now.
No. Never.
I mean,
And it's the small one.
have you ever had a huntsman spider come into your house?
Not into my. Actually, yes, once I threw a phone book at it. It was on the wall, and I fucking pitched a phone book at it. But also one time I was in the car with my dad, and there was one. I looked down. There's one near my feet. I spazzed out. Nope.
All
I
right,
know they're
here's
harmless, apparently, but fuck it. Have you seen a huntsman spider? Get the fuck out of here.
wait. So do they bite or do they just run away?
I don't know or care.
Yeah,
I think they bite.
Yeah, I'll pick one
I
up.
don't think they're venomous, but either way, I'm pitching a phone book at it. Get the fuck out of here.
All right,
I will say, I let that particular spider, it stayed in one place for a couple days. I was like, all right, fine. Then it started to move, and I was like, yeah, you're done.
all right. So that's the you heard it here first, folks. Damian sees a spider, he'll pitch a phone book at it.
You're fucking right, I will. If I
Okay.
had a knife, I would have thrown the knife. But I only had a phone book.
All right.
All right. Well, enough about huntsman spiders. Let's go back to Fringe.
All righty.
Yes.
So where are we? So where are we so far with that?
Where were we? We were at the point of um, um, yeah, shrugs.
Okay. Let's say. Let's see. Well, we definitely went to as much to talk about. Okay, search for vigilante with special connection to this. Okay, we dealt with
There was a
that.
Spider-Man on William Bell's arc.
Oh yes, yeah. There was a giant spider creature on William Bell's arc. We didn't
Very,
really get a
very
clear
briefly
look.
shown. No,
We didn't really get a clear look at it, but we did see it.
that was the first time we get revealed to this menagerie. Is that the word?
I wouldn't really call it a menagerie. We would just call it an arc,
This
because these creatures were supposed to fill up this new universe that William Bell was going to create.
he's like, I'm going to create a new universe, and there's like, I got 12 things on a boat. Got a massive boat, but I've only got like 12 freakish things. But one
Yeah.
of them, as we see when the guy's walking through it, is some kind of spider thing. You see the legs like coming out at him.
Yeah, but I would say that William Bell's like ambitions to create a new universe are pretty small scale. They'd have to be, because does he not realize that the universe is not confined to just planet Earth? That there is, billions and trillions of stars and planetoids and comets and asteroids and galaxies out there in said universe. So, I mean, God damn it. That's another thing that I had a problem with William Bell's plan. Does he not realize that when he creates this new universe, he's not just affecting the lives on Earth, he's affecting the countless lives of other life forms out there in the universe already. When he destroys not only this universe and the other universe, he's not just affecting Earth, he's affecting all the other potential life forms out there in space. But, I mean,
He's dying. He doesn't care.
yeah, he doesn't care.
Okay, and what do we think about that? That observer. That seemed. I mean, like I said, I feel like he's sort of different from the other ones because he seemed very demonstrative. He seemed like he was the one that seemed to be like in the cleanup business. He seemed to be like the female in John Wick that kind of came in representing the high table and was looking to, you know what I'm saying, to get everybody to get their affairs in order.
Are you talking about Windmark?
That was
The
his
guy,
name.
the guy that was wearing the trench coat.
Was he wearing a trench coat?
Are you talking about the episode that jumps forward to 2036?
Okay, yes.
His name is Windmark.
So what do we think about him?
He's an asshole.
Yeah, that sums it up.
Okay, yeah, he's an asshole. Moving on. Yeah.
That's it. I mean, why does he seem? Why is he that? Why is he so different? Why is he such a departure from the other sort of like subdued observers?
we find out more in season 5. We find out more about the observers than we ever have in any other season in this show. Like the stuff we learn about the observers in season 5 is insane. We find so much shit about them in season 5, but I don't want to spoil it because
Okay.
you don't remember what was going on in season 5. Damian barely remembers it. I remember quite a
Yeah.
bit about season 5, but I don't want to spoil anything.
Gotcha.
Like pretty much, I remember where we got to, like where season 5 takes place and whatnot.
I
But
will say that we get a glimpse
otherwise,
of where the observers come from. We get a glimpse of it. We jump forward to their time, and we see what their world looks like. We do see that, but I'm not going to say any more than that, and that's it.
well, it was this season. It was a certain point in this season, right, where we confirm exactly where they come from.
Yeah, it's
26,
26
09?
yeah, 2609. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in season 5 we actually find out what created the observers. We find out specifically how they were created and what led to their creation.
Because there's a time jump, but it's not that massive.
No, because we find out at the end of season 4 that the observers had invaded our time in 2015. Yeah, and then there's a time jump to the year 2036.
Which
So
at this point would have been
it's basically
12, 13 years? Somewhere there?
no. Let's see,
No,
2036.
22 or 23, sorry.
Yeah, let's see, 2015. So that would be
Was 2015 for season 4?
21 years.
21, okay.
21 years. Yeah. Yeah, that would be 21 years.
Yeah, well, when we were talking, like, I can't remember if it was on the show or off the show last week, when we were talking about what Leonard Nimoy's been up to at the end of, or what he had been up to at the end of his career, but I know you mentioned the Big Bang Theory as his final thing, and I really hope that was just some kind of archive footage or something.
His last acting role, like on screen acting role, was actually Fringe.
It was, okay.
It was Fringe, as far
Because
as I know.
that's a much better way to cap a career like that than fucking Big Bang Theory.
His last voice acting role, however, was on The Big Bang Theory.
I even regardless of it not being on screen, I hope it was some kind of archive stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, like the last time we see him on screen is when he's on that arc and he rings the bell and then he kind of
And
he just teleports away. That's the last time we see him on screen. And then of course they use like a CGI like copy of him in the Amber, and that's technically him, but that's not really him. That's just like they CGI'd him into that. That's not actually him. And then the last time we hear his voice is on Big Bang Theory.
Oof.
And then not long after that, he dies.
Yeah, I really hope it was some kind of archive thing.
You know what? I'll double check.
Because
Leonard. That is not how you spell Leonard.
Because despite his fucking Bilbo Baggins song, he didn't deserve to go out with Big Bang Theory.
What are you talking about? That Bilbo Baggins. I said Bill Boy. God damn it.
Bilbo Baggins Theory.
Yeah. Bilbo Baggins song. That thing's a fucking classic, dude. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, sure. It came out in like the 60s. '70s, whatever it was. But
Let's
oof.
see.
Sort of
All
a
right.
it's a kind of a time capsule song, like that Mr. T song about treating your mother right.
Wait, what the hell? Okay, so
There
apparently,
it is. We were saying it wrong the whole time. Boy Bag Bilgins. That's the one.
boy bag billions. Ha! Oh, okay. So, apparently, his role as Mr. Spock in Big Bang Theory was uncredited, and it was in
So it had
2000.
to be archive footage or something, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
so
how the
it was.
fuck do you not like?
I'm checking his acting roles on IMDb, and according to his very last acting role, his absolute last acting role was a video game, and it was Family Guy: The Quest for Stuff.
Huh.
Yeah, that
Wow.
was his
I would.
that that
I
that that was released in 2014, and it
wow.
was
I
not.
would not have predicted that.
Looks like Family Guy is canceled again, and Fox assembles the citizens of Quahog to explain why, only to discover the giant chicken is responsible. Oh crap! This looks like it's a mobile game. Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Oh, so it's not. It's not even the. Because I remember there was a console game that came out that actually looked kind of decent. I've never played it, but
I'm looking at this. Hold on.
unless there was a
Fucking
mobile
hell!
version.
It's a mobile game. Are you? All right, fine. His last acting role is Star Trek Into Darkness, because
That
video
was
game.
post Fringe.
Oh yeah, yes it
Huh.
was.
Well, still, that Fringe would have been a great way to go out, but that makes more sense than anything.
Yeah, but no. Fringe ended in 2012. The last season was 2012. Oh wait, no,
Okay,
no, it
yes.
wasn't. No.
No
I'm
way. No.
sorry. I'm sorry.
It would have been like.
I'm misreading this.
mm,
His last appearance in Fringe was 2012.
Okay, so yeah,
His last appearance in
2013 or
Fringe
whatever
was
it is.
2012, and
Okay.
then he his like he his role in Star Trek Into Darkness was 2013.
Okay. For
Yeah,
some reason, I thought that was earlier.
and his last on-screen acting role, according to IMDb, was Star Trek Into Darkness.
Okay.
Yeah,
So let's just ignore anything else that may be of
yeah,
lesser quality.
because Family Guy: The Quest for Stuff is a fucking mobile game, and as you guys know, I hate mobile games. But anywho, enough talk about Leonard Nimoy. Let's go back to Fringe.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
No, I don't mean that. I love Leonard Nimoy. He's a great guy. Or
Everyone does. I was kidding.
I kid.
So, where are
Yes.
we with that?
Well, we were talking about like how like we were talking about Leonard Nimoy and his like role in Fringe and what he was doing like after Fringe.
So I
And
guess we
that
have to.
and prior to that, we were talking about like what he was like what like excuse me, lump in throat. Um, what he was doing in the episodes prior to the jump forward in 2036. And then prior to that, we were talking about the observers and where they were, where they came from, that kind of thing. So since we're done talking about that episode,
So are we at the finale? The
I
two-part
think
finale?
the two-part finale. One more thing I wanted to talk about. In the episode where we jump to 2036, we find out that Henrietta is Peter and Olivia's daughter. That's not a spoiler for season 5 because it is revealed in season 4.
Yes.
And to be honest, that moment where Peter walks up to Henrietta and she just looks at him with like her eyes glazing over, and she says, "Do you know me?" And he's like, "I don't know how I could. You look no older than my." And then he stops and pauses, and then music starts playing, and then he just says, "Henrietta," and then she says, "Hi, Dad," and then Henrietta's music starts playing, and it's just, I'm sorry, that whole scene gets me all choked up because I fucking love that scene. Yeah. You heartless bastard. Yeah, you laugh.
So, like, I would say most of the scenes in this show that, like, that one didn't get me, but there's so many times where fucking John Noble can just give, like, a facial expression when he reacts to something. And it almost gets me choked up. Just the depth of emotion that guy can just put out there. And
Absolutely.
in a second, he goes from being just regular Walter to just, yeah, something else. Like, he's experiencing something. And it fucking, like, it just, yeah, it's like, god damn.
Oh yeah, but no, it just, I mean, I thought that scene was very heartwarming, and I thought it was just a great scene overall.
Yeah, it was, for sure.
Although in season 5, there's going to be some stuff happen that's going to be, I'm not going to get into it, but it's just like, it's just going to be sad. But yeah, it's great overall. I like it, but yeah, I thought the episode was great overall. But let's see what else happens. They close the bridge, which sucks. Lincoln Lee decides to go over to the other side to be with the alternate versions of themselves, which I think kind of sucks. But there's nothing really over on our side to tie Lincoln to us. So Lincoln decides to go over to the other side and hang out with them. And
you're going to get some of that red-headed Strange.
Yep, which we all know he's going to get with Olivia. We all know that's going to happen. Because he has feelings for our Olivia, but our Olivia is with Peter, so he can't really have any of that blonde Strange. So he's going to have some of that redheaded Strange. So
that pussy ain't alternate, if you know what I'm saying.
So I mean, it's just like if he can't have some of that banana pudding, he's gonna have some of that strawberry pie. I'm sorry, I had to.
All right, so does that wrap up this season?
Oh God.
That's where we're gonna end it. All right.
Oh God.
Is that,
we need to end it there. We need to end it there.
Is that the size of it? Okay. Just saying.
I don't think the size of it matters. I think she's accommodating either way. Stunt's not even listening.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Just a couple of things going on. I just want to make sure that I'm here for the closeout here. Sorry, but I gotta be running soon. Sorry.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, we kind of went off track a lot. We didn't really have a whole lot when it came to efficiency this episode.
No problem, but we still got through and we had some fun doing it. So
yeah, banana pudding and strawberry pie. All right. Well, I think I'll close this out. So, as always, folks, thanks for stopping by and checking us out. Next week's, be sure to check us out for season 5 of Fringe and Halloween Ends, or should I more accurately describe it as Halloween Ends the franchise. And then the following week, we are going to be starting our discussion of the entire Star, not Star. I'm not going to finish that because I'm going to piss off a certain somebody. We're going to be starting our discussion of the Saw franchise, starting with the first movie in the franchise, which of course is Saw, aptly named, that came out in the year 2004. And it will all lead into either we're going to end it at Spiral, or we might go all the way in to Saw X or Saw 10. Maybe.
think, but like with the way things are released digitally these days, I think we might be lucky enough that by the time we get to the end, it should be available. Should be. So
Maybe.
no,
I don't know.
no guarantee.
Yeah,
But hopefully,
we'll
hopefully
we'll
we can
see
just
what
go
happens.
more per. Yeah.
As for what show we're going to be discussing, I don't think we've figured that out yet, but we'll let you know. So yeah.
Again, I just wanted to throw American Horror Story out there, and possibly just the last season of Attack on Titan. Just throwing some ideas out there.
I haven't watched any of Attack on Titan, so I'm going to have to go back to the beginning.
But what we did talk about record of Ragnarok,
or record
as a
record of
between
Ragnarok. But in regards
this
to Attack on
and
Titan,
Revolution.
in the words of Jack Shepard, we have to go back.
Okay.
I'm sorry for those of you who are not familiar with the show Lost.
Totally with you.
All right, but anywho,
they went back and things weren't so great.
Yeah. But as always, everybody, thanks for watching, and we will see you all next Saturday. Bye, everyone.
Peace, 2 fingers.
Bye.
Apple Burger.
This guy. So who's ending? Who's ending?